Welcome back to day 6. Today's episode will be sponsored by Chuck's Fish, fresh out of Tallahassee. We've just been perusing their menu. Junam Chinder ate there last night. If you'd like to see what she had for dinner. If you wouldn't like to see what she had for dinner, look away now. Oh yeah, we've got to put our lucky Wendy up on the screen. There we go. There's that slice of Detroit pizza. I looked into it furthermore. I was not impressed. Fucking Wisconsin cheese brick. Like, what is that? What is that? What was I doing? Oh, looking for Junam Chinder's dinner. I got a beautiful snapshot of sweet-toothed Judge Everett this morning. Beautiful smile. The kind of smile that would make the most beautiful of angels fall from the sky, dead. Let's have a sneak preview of the judge. Look at him. Are you telling me that he didn't do very well with the ladies? Women flock to this man. Like bonobos in mating season. I don't think I've ever seen this volume of sexual charisma, magnetism stuffed into one single human being before on planet Earth.
Everyone can be seated.
Everyone can be seated. Oh, echo.
Started this morning, I just wanted to give some brief instruction to the gallery, as I have on previous days. Once again, please keep your phones off or keep them on silent as the trial is taking place. Do not shake your heads or make any gesturing as the witnesses are testifying, whether you agree or disagree with any of the testimony. If any of the testimony is going to be more upsetting for you, please remove yourself from the courtroom. Also, if you step outside while a witness is testifying, you are to remain outside until there has been a change in witnesses. One other matter has been brought to my attention as well. If you are in any common areas with the jurors on this case, please do not discuss any matters that are pertaining to the case around the jurors, as they are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. They cannot be affected by any conversations that are happening by the observers. If you see the jurors, please do not engage them, do not talk to them, do not discuss matters that pertain to the case around them. Does anyone have any questions concerning this? Please raise your hands. Very well, with there being no questions, do the parties have any matters that you need to raise for this morning? Please approach.
I got a question, Judge. What are you doing next Friday night? How about you and me? We'll have some dinner, some dancing, that sort of thing. Did I just get that right? Josh Zellman is wearing actor shoes. Look at this. Look at his shoes. Look at that footwear. That is inappropriate courtroom attire. The fuck? You serious? If anyone didn't see our short video on Judge Everett's fantastic good morning speeches already, we put that up this morning. Check that out on our channel page. Yeah, I think that expression's... It's been a while since he had to do a workout on his mouth. I guess it ain't all bad, right, Harv? If I have to go down on that fucking one more time, Time for an oral exam, Doc. Look at Crazy Phil in the front row. Crazy Phil. Crazy Phil Markel. Crazy Phil. So, did anybody watch Grish's video that he put out yesterday? I haven't. I watched half of it and then I had to get up and do my jobs. I had to do so many jobs. Yeah, I like watching Grish's video. I just, I can't wait for him to explain to me. Maybe he does in this video. It was about half hour long. I watched about the first 15 minutes and then I had to get up and do my jobs. But, he started off saying, I have, I don't know if he said proof, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he was saying, oh, it's so true because of evidence that Wendy Adelson was in direct phone communication and having personal meetups with Sigfredo Garcia in the run-up to the events. And I'm like, dude, I like your style, I like your commitment, I like a lot about what you do, but what is this? You think Wendy Adelson was in direct communication with Sigfredo Garcia? It's such a leap. It's beyond a leap for me. It's basically impossible. And ridiculous. Yeah, I'm just going to have to find the time to watch the second half of Grish's fantastic video. But when will that be? I don't know. Soon, I hope. So another day of all this. Now I really got to get working on the posts. So, we need to be rolling these videos out one by one. We've got a catch up to do because last week was so fucking boring that I was just really
fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh my gosh, what was that? Why don't our notifications show on the screen? I have to log in to our coffee dashboard. Monica! Thank you so much, Monica, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Yeah, and thank you for the lovely comments. Oh, they're doing stuff. Fucking 6th day and she's wearing the same clothes again? Is she trying to get that old lady smell for maximum authenticity? I'm old! I smell like mothballs! Don't send me to jail!
Yes.
Everyone's here.
All right.
By the way, also, somebody good, somebody who's not afraid to speak out, okay? Somebody good. Tell me if the fucking audio levels are level. Microphone and streaming video. That'd be great. I love what Derek does. Derek comes in here, he's like, yes. Microphone is exactly 2 decibels below top dead center. It's so technical.
You can let me know once they're finished with the bathroom. We'll bring them out and we'll get started.
What is this thing about fucking 12 people, jurors, and bathroom? What, you know? You just go in the morning at your house and handle it. Mary Claire videos. Hello, videos. Everything sounds good for Taylor Nagel.
Yep. I believe the jurors might be ready, but if you need to use the restroom, please go do it now if you need to.
Hold them 1 second, Judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be afraid to shout that out anytime that happens, Veronica. That sort of stuff is the stuff that we depend on you to do. Because I know how annoying that is when you have to turn something down and then turn it up and then turn it down. It's so annoying. Please do let us know as soon as that happens and we will fix it right up for you. Black Eagle's in a good mood. Rot in prison. All the Californians. Yeah, they can keep their bickering and they can keep their unworthy pizza. As far as I'm concerned, there are two types of pizza. There are decent pizzas, and then there is a pile of shit. Oh, we can skip a little bit. That's good. That's good. Geriatric criminal. Oh. I love it. Let's build on her age. You fucking old fuck. Okay, do we need to get the Judge Everett seal out? I mean, this should all be handled before the camera starts rolling. Rolling, 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 rolling.
Jury in the courtroom.
His nickname is Peach Fuzz, Veronica, so you be the judge.
Everyone
Why
can
do they
see.
call Judge Everett Peach Fuzz?
Good morning, members of the jury. We are going to resume with the state's case once again this morning. Everyone does have their notepads and pens in their seats. All right. And for the record, the jurors have responded in the affirmative. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Jeff Lacasse.
Oh! Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Morning, Michelle. Here he comes. That characteristic Professor Wobble. Good morning,
Please
Professor
raise your
Wobble.
right hand, sir. Do you swear
Again?
or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Yeah, I swear, for the fourth fucking time.
You may inquire when you're ready, state.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, pardon me, Jeffrey
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been at FSU?
Since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would mark it at around July 14th,
Okay,
2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
Right before, yes.
During the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating, so that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markel?
I met him briefly a couple times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids kind of
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time. Never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendy was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendy was telling me. And Wendy and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markel, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markel.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendy. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendy Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did, very badly.
And why did she want to relocate?
I would have vehemently objected to the categorization of the Adelson family story. That sounds a bit ominous and sinister with no real weight to prove. Fucking Jackie Fulford must be, no, what's his name? Zellman must be asleep again.
To South Florida.
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So it was both. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after it was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kid?
Just love the, what do we call that? A scarf? Amazing. Oh.
Or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children.
Yes, I was aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendy talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded, but definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure, and perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay, were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
All right, and if you know, did Wendy take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously, and I'd reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled, Wendy would be in a mood, Wendy would be upset, so.
When you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
The entire family, but Wendy was the person I was having contact with. But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay, and how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendy? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple.
Object, calls for speculation and opinion.
Overruled. He may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court, Mr. Lucas.
Sure. So conversations with Wendy, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries, that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Assurance is an opinion.
Stand as to opinion.
All right, so in your observations, let's keep it specific to Donna, if you
Yes.
don't mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce was already final, I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendy, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, we met her multiple times, but Wendy had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendy to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together. Wendy's parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids, so I would come pick Wendy up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him, so that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes be
I don't
Donna
believe Harvey was
alone?
there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that, but in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendy, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around, so spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to, sorry. Wendy and I went to alternative spring break in Immokalee, Florida for spring break 2014. After we were done with that field trip of sorts, we went and stayed with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right. And did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No,
All right. So the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
that's correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendy up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom, so it's just that kind of thing. She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendy, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing. Just
Okay.
ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendy Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at.
All
Yeah,
right, and that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie.
correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
Believe that's March 11th, 2014.
And how was Catherine Mag?
I'd love it if he said, well, I think it was the spring. I had just finished my undergrad and 2014.
Magbanua related to the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendy Adelson and Catherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it was it sounded like not parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
What happened after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
All right. And did Catherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
All right. So at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendy, and Charlie.
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
Okay. And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in the hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself, Charlie, Wendy, and Dr. Obed at some points. And people were in and out, but those were the four that were in the hot tub.
And during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it. Yeah.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
Okay. And did he make some other comment about we're on the side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of
Your Honor, hearsay.
Please approach.
They're going to approach again. Look at Crazy Jeff. Crazy Jeff. He's... What the fuck is he doing? Crazy Jeff, what are you doing, man? Having some trouble? Look at them all. Tallahassee people. They've crawled out of where they live underground to come here and risk being in the sun to watch the trial. Is Jeff hungover? He's always hungover. You know, he drinks his dinner most nights. I'm just kidding. Jeff is great. Still don't get those people that watch his interview and go and say something like, "Oh, he's so jittery. He's so jittery. He had a broken heart. He had a broken heart and he wanted to get them." You know, it's like, fuck. How do those people exist? How do they function in their lives if they're that fucking stupid? You know what I mean? Oh, I didn't like Jeff at all. His demeanor was so not trustworthy. It's okay. Jeff didn't get to see Wendy as last time. Oh, I'm relieved. Relieved, surely relieved. And he probably would have seen her in the, I don't know, maybe he wasn't told to be there yesterday. He doesn't want anything to do with this, you know? God, imagine having a really shit mindfuck of a breakup that you do manage to get out of quite successfully, but you're chained to this case for 12 years. You know? And you've got to come every year or 2, 3, you've got to come back and take the oath again and then say again all what happened. Must be a pain in the ass. We know Yindra thinks it's a pain in the ass. Yindra refuses to come. Jeff clearly has, Taylor Nagel says, Jeff clearly has anxiety, so he must be so nervous to know he's on TV and in front of the whole court. I think he handles it. He seems very, we saw him speak at his medical panel. Very confident, very accomplished speaker, way better than Wendy Adelson. I don't think he's so bothered by being here. I think he's just bothered by having to be here again.
Objection
Wendy
is
was
overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Ms. Kappelman.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks, that he hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar, had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
Okay. I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the text is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, could you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not disclosed as an expert.
And you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Keppelman.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of the scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak. As to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So, Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but how this affected the state of mind of Wendy Adelson.
Your Honor, this has not been disclosed to the defense.
Please approach.
Oh, someone's in a mood. Zellman, sit down. It was disclosed to the defense. You just didn't read the memo. Lazy Zellman, crazy Zellman. The man is a PhD, Zellman. Yeah, you tell him, Michelle. What else did we want to have a look at? We wanted to have a look at buymeacoffee.com. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. That's the best way to support the channel, or leave a like on the video. That would also be helpful and appreciated. Fish GFU-GFU G4U. Fish. I'll just call you Fish. Will Georgia bring up the Miguel thing with Jeff? Probably not. That would feed into Jeff being a desperate, jealous mess. Miguel is sending her chocolates in the mail. In June in Tallahassee.
Bailiff will take you to the jury room. Mr. Lacoste, if you can step down, please. Step outside the courtroom doors. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else.
Well, Donna didn't blow him a kiss.
Everyone can be seated.
Leather and bones. What are they doing now? Amy, I haven't been outside yet, but unfortunately I'm going to have to take myself to urgent care. Oh. Pretty sure I broke my big toe yesterday. Ah, no way. Black and blue all over and underneath. I just fractured 7 bones in my other foot last year. Looks like I might be back in a boot and crutches. Well, that's terrible, Michelle.
Cattleman, how long do you think it will take to find this portion of either the deposition or material provided in discovery?
Maybe another 10 minutes, Judge?
Ah.
Very well. We'll take a recess then until 9:40.
9:40. You see, now I really should do some work on post. Oh man, we gotta bring down that jury selection. I don't even know why I'm bothering with the jury selection. It's the collector within me. I need to have a complete product. But it's editing 3 days of bullshit together. But I did find a beautiful, beautiful picture of Sarah and Georgia walking into the courtroom brushing their hair like fucking movie stars. Who wants to see that? How do we make that happen? I figured I'd lay it over, what's that song? You know, Sweeter Than Wine. That magic moment, you know. What is this? Magic moment. Magic moment. Yeah, the Drifters. This Magic Moment by the Drifters. That would be the perfect song for Georgia and Sarah walking in, just whoosh, whoosh, scooshing their hair. It's beautiful. Walking down my steps, the heel from my left shoe got caught in my wide-legged jeans, and I almost flew down the last 3 steps onto pavement. Instead, I broke the fall. Didn't face plant, but broke toe. Shit. Nothing they can do for a broken toe. They'll just tape it up and send you home. Got a dad joke yesterday, though. He told me I needed a tow truck. Yeah. God damn these, no. We're stuck here, we're looking at the Florida seal. Our fucking moderators are getting injured. This is a dark day indeed, Mr. Shelby. On my last day in power, I'd see to it that you and your scum brothers had your heads caved in with mallets and spades. The only one of you to be spared would be your inbred little brother, Michael. He would be dumped in that part of the adult prison where men have the most appetites for boys like him. That would be a dark day indeed, Mr. Shelby. I've been working on my Northern Irish. I want to go full Belfast. The only thing I can say faultlessly in a Belfast accent is ginger and community. The rest is really difficult. Frank, but it's the big toe and I can't walk, so I think a walking boot would be helpful. You don't realize how much you need your big toe to walk. Yeah, that's what they say. If you lose your big toe, you got to learn to walk all over again. We use it for balance. It's like basically a whole other foot in itself. You know, like the rudder on a boat? The big toe is the rudder for your foot. Yeah, it's Sam Neill. Sam Neill, who's Australian, but does a great fucking Northern Irish accent. There once was a woman called Donna, had a life she did live without honor. She enlisted her son to get a man with a gun to make sure her sunshines shone on her. Where's our version of Johnny Be Good that we wrote and sent to Neville and Amy? I wonder if can we pull that up? That'll be embarrassing to play publicly, won't it? I guess I could play it live, but I don't remember the lyrics. How far do our conversations go back? There's no such thing as a Southern Irish accent, Amy. That's just Irish. There's Ireland and Northern Ireland. There's no Southern Ireland. I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was on Discord that I sent that song. But I remember sending it to Neville and Amy together. So did we have a group conversation? Maybe. It was like a year ago or more. Go way, way back to Neville. There she is. I don't know. Maybe it was on WhatsApp. Oh, this is August 13th last year. So it should be pretty easy to find. Hey, there's my baseball cap. If anyone wants to send me a baseball cap, we got the LA Angels, and we got the hockey team in Vancouver, the Canucks. Oh shit. What's so funny? Michelle, you're talking about your foot's really swollen. I've just found this picture I sent to Neverly a year ago of my swollen foot. A spider got me. He got me so good he bit me and put poison in my leg. Well, I don't know where this song is. It's gotta be here. Oh, this is funny. When I dedicated the Crazy Town song Butterfly to Fancy Fiction. She never got in touch or anything, you know. I made a nice gesture, sent her a beautiful song, dedicated to her personally. No response. I don't know, I can't find it in Neverly's conversation, maybe in Amy's. How does it work if there's a joint combo? I don't even know. I don't even know at all. You love that song, Michelle? Well, how about if a fellow YouTube personality, is that what I am? If a colleague sent you that song and dedicated it to you personally, would you not feel the need to respond and say thanks for the beautiful song? Or, fucking bitch. I'm not better. I'm not better. Oh my gosh. Big problem, Sup. Big problem on the balcony. Oh, here's Ari's first day of school, or something to that effect. Yeah, I've already checked that dog, Soap. He has ID. He is a resident. Show some respect. Big problem. Well, I don't know. What? Gemma Henley. The Brave Little Toaster. The 1987 classic, The Brave Little Toaster. Some great songs in that, huh? Great social commentary as well. Great social commentary. I keep looking for this song. It's not here. I don't know where it is. It's lost forever. The classics never die. They just get lost. What about Crazy Judge Everett then? I mean, Crazy Judge, where is he? We got a brand new package on the way from Canada. A mystery package. We have no idea what's inside. It's just being sent here. What else can we do? I mean, I really should be working on the post, but you know, it's difficult to do two things at once, right? I mean, any woman will tell you that. Any woman will say how difficult it is to do two things at once at the same time. Maybe even more than two. They'll say that's too difficult to even attempt. I could never do that. That's what they would say.
For me to remember who knows what, but I am conceding the violation, certainly not intentional. I did not find it. Mr. Rashbaum did not depose this witness, so I'll move on.
Well, the defense requesting for the court to conduct a Richardson hearing.
It's not intentional. I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just, if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Should I get the witness, Judge?
1 moment. Briefly, so the record is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony of Jeffrey LaCasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendy Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the 5th or 6th trial in this.
Only the 4th, Judge.
Excuse me. The 4th trial that has occurred.
Oh, did you catch that? What did I say yesterday? I said, what are we picking up from fucking Georgia when she's questioning Wendy? Are we more picking up the sense of some frustrated, shackled prosecutor that knows that Wendy's justice can never be achieved? No, or are we seeing the flip side, which is someone who is quietly enjoying the pleasure of watching the woman walk free, who will soon no longer be free? I would say that it was on the second one, right? And what did we just see here? Judge Everett said, Miss Kappelman, this is the 5th or 6th trial, I believe. And Georgia said, only the 4th, Judge. This one's only the 4th trial, Judge. Does that not suggest to you that there are surely more to come? Hear it again. Give me your opinion.
It's going to move on. I don't think we need to inquire further.
Should I get the witness, Judge?
1 moment. Briefly, so the record is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna
Jeffrey
fucking
LaCasse
fuck up whoever
on
the
the
fuck you
subject
fucking with
matter
me.
of what was discussed with Wendy Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the 5th or 6th trial in this.
Only the 4th, Judge.
Excuse me. The 4th trial that has occurred.
She knows. Georgia Kappelman knows. She knows that there's another trial, and it's going to be soon. This is fun. We didn't really have the same angle with this at Charlie's trial. There wasn't so much of a consideration of, oh, well, will Donna be immediately arrested after? You know, but because that did happen, what, 5 or 6 days, was it the 13th she was arrested and he was sentenced on what, the 7th, 8th, 6th? Whatever it is, just over a week later. Now we're looking for that pattern again, right? And I think we're getting little subtle clues from how Georgia is speaking that she knows Wendy's arrest is imminent. You know, which is kind of exciting, and I love how we're not being told that directly, but those of us who are intelligent enough, like me, can see it, right? They can see these little clues. Only the fourth judge, with this sort of smugness to it, right? I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. And one more time.
What was discussed with Wendy Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the 5th or 6th trial in this.
Only the 4th, Judge.
Excuse me. The 4th trial that has occurred under the.
Hello from Texas. Hello, Matthew Taormina. And thank you so much for the 3 cups on buymeacoffee.com. Thank you for supporting the channel, Matthew.
Set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to depose this witness on this topic, that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial, and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter, and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a curative instruction to the jury for them to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation between Wendy Adelson and Jeffrey Lacoste as to the children's memories. You may bring in the witness.
So, Patricia Burns was looking at other channels, were you? And why? Why? And they all confirmed what I said, did they? Well,
you can come back to the witness stand, Mr. Lacoste.
Curative instruction, even though it sounded like they weren't asking for it, and it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I wouldn't know why you would have an adverse.
Well, there could be an argument that it draws more attention to the information, so I just wanted to make sure that their agreement was clear for the record.
Mr. Zelman, do you wish to have the curative or do you not?
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
Very well.
looking for the dessert trolley. Is dessert coming soon, or do we have to call them over? When are they bringing it out? I heard this place does a triple treacle tart that is absolutely to die for. We get
Everyone
crazy,
can
Donna.
be seated. Members of the jury, before the examination of this witness continues, I am going to give you a brief instruction. The last objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendy Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendy Adelson, actually strike that. I'm gonna move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir, June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markell was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville, and she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay, and did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Objection to hearsay?
Staying unless there is an exception.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was, well, it was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't, it's so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes, she knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I mean, I didn't object. I just said okay. I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on
I didn't object. I just, I said okay, and then I finished mopping her kitchen floor.
June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should rush over there, essentially. She had a stomach problem, so I got there as quickly as I could.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there was no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV, so I turned it on expecting to see input 1 flashing, or the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right, and did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that
No, she
state?
kind of asked me to look into the TV as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know about, better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. Then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television. But it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay.
Especially when there's another
Alright, so
perfectly
let's
good one in the
Move
house.
away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendy Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date. The day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendy didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed.
It appears that Zellman is going to be the one handling Cross for the defense, which is a big mistake. With a witness like Jeff, you need Jackie. You need Jackie to ask questions, tough questions.
I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of order, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th. Is
That's
that
right.
Okay.
Really good observation from Grish's video I saw this morning, which is he shows a clip of Wendy promoting her book on that Good Morning Tallahassee, whatever show that was, some newscast, and there's Wendy sitting on the right side of the screen, and the anchor or news person is on the left side of the screen, and in between them is a big television with a picture of Wendy's book on it. But the television has this, what's on the television is it makes it look like the TV has this big crack in it, with spider webbing and all of that, that someone has hit that TV. I mean, what are the chances of that? It's so funny.
I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. And I've marked it as States Exhibit 141. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually
This is brand new to all of us. We have never seen this either. What does it say? Read the fucking text.
incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, So there was, that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So
And
in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
it's implausible. No, I don't
In
think so.
fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's, I think, really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 141.
Any objection?
Can I see that, please?
Look at that skirt.
No objection.
Case 141 is admitted at this time.
Oh! George is gonna break her big toe. Imagine being in the emergency room
Okay,
with
I want to
Georgia
draw your
Kaplan.
attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendy Adelson.
I would volunteer my position instantly. If I had been there for 6 hours waiting, I'd say, Georgia, take my place. You go first. Get that foot looked into. And Michelle.
On June 29th of 2014, do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendy about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very awkward drive back to
All right,
Tallahassee.
and that was,
That's the morning of it's the 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left
I know, I love the scarf, Brandy and Rose.
that when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, well, we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge. I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced in evidence. Is that in evidence, Ms. Dugan?
Does anybody recognize Jeff's brand of water? Oh, it's a Gatorade bottle, just with water in it. So he's saving the environment as well. Does the fun never end? How's it going, Donna? Kind of wishing you'd treated people better along the way, Donna? Such a great lesson for life, this trial, or this whole case. You know, treat people nicely if you can. Oh, it's Gatorade water. They sell it with electrolytes. Oh my God. What is the deal with America and fucking, sport drink? I need a sport drink. I need electrolytes. Nowhere else in the world is like that at all. You know, water is fine.
All right, we'll circle back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing, we had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it was just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendy got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future of our relationship, and I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, I was just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar. The objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something
Well,
happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendy a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markell for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer.
I'm going to repeat the same objection or same court's ruling.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markell problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendy had told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but well, this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. It was, she was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this, and she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendy Adelson on that date?
Yes, we had contact throughout the day, trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point, and then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay. What happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga, because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. And she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week, so I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly, and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there and
Yes.
you're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip, and she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why, at that moment, she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markell was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Okay? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendy that day, what would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendy knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for dinner and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11, and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay, and after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendy?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as states 64 GG. Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
All right, so is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I consider based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for another week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb, I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay. All right, I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. Show you that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's.
Hi, Brian. What email? What email? I was just taking a picture of my dog after she smoked crack. So I missed the email that we're talking about.
Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Moving to evidence 86A.
Any objection? There you are. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was, maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th.
Well, where did we see it? Is it in the Google Drive? Is it mixed in with all the other stuff that's not labeled correctly and is so confusing that it might as well not even exist? Is it in there?
13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall, the only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
topic? Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. I understand the court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me, and we had 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner, and at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect in
Yes.
this murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
Rather
you
than this-
changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
I mean, we've heard Isom read it out. We've heard that in Jeff's interview. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but my head and my heart are saying 2 different things, and I can't reconcile them with us being together in the way that you want, or something. You know, it's just a load of fucking horrible bullshit.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Sorry.
At some point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, once successfully, obviously.
Are you familiar?
Hey, here's a question, Jeff. What color was the car that the hitman brought to Tallahassee the first time in June? You know, in a lot of ways, I blame Jeff himself for feeding this bullshit perception that the killers got a Prius because it looked like a fucking 2004 Nissan Sentra, which it doesn't. There is no connection. Again, fiction writing, slightly more believable fiction, but these people that have this opinion just don't, they're so fucking lazy. They're about as lazy as they are dumb, okay? There is no fucking connection with the killers being told to hire a car that looks like Jeff's car. Because 1, it doesn't. 2, the one that they came in the first trip was a completely different color. You know, silver pine mica. Could you say that was silver? Okay, it was a Japanese silverish car. That's the only fucking connection. It looks nothing alike. The fucking Toyota Prius is probably one of the most distinguishable, recognizable, unusual 4-door saloons in the country or the world. And, you know, the fact is that most hire cars, unless you get a special order for a fucking Challenger Hellcat, most hire cars look like nondescript, usual, run-of-the-mill vehicles. Joe Average car, right? Jeff had an average, run-of-the-mill, quite a bit older car. I can't remember if the Prius was a 2008 or 2010, but Jeff's car was at least 4 or 6 years older, which is considerable. in how cars evolve, there was no connection. You know, anyone that's telling you that that the killers, you know, all of the things that you would expect to see had there been such a request or an element to the plan, they're not there. The only indicator is George's question to Jeffrey Lacasse in 2022, I think it was. She said something. Do you think that the car that the killers drove looked like your car? He said, well, yeah, especially in profile. And I mean, it doesn't. But that's the only place this has come from. There is nothing to suggest that other than that. So please stop feeding the fantasy.
Familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
Okay. And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a
Oh my God, here we go.
2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as
Gray Nissan Altima. Okay, let's pull it up, Jeff. Let's pull it off. Could it not be that most hire car fleets are just made out of fucking Nissans, Toyotas? Nissan Altima. What do we say? 2000 and... Well, let's be kind. Let's say 8. Trying to get a picture from the side. And think about this. If you're going to go to the effort to select a car, to add to the paper trail, tell the killers, you know, paper trail that doesn't exist and has never been shown anywhere, never mentioned, never suggested, never shown, never proven, never nothing, right? Nothing. If you're going to go to the legwork to tell the killers, you've got to get a specific car because we want it to make the scene look like that it was this guy that has this certain car. Then you're saying that you actually want someone to witness the vehicle that the killers are driving. Just think about that for a second. Why the fuck would that be your preference over the killers not being seen at all? No car, no nothing. There was no realistic attempt to actually have Jeff Lacasse go down for this. Could it have happened? Yeah, maybe. It's extremely unlikely. Crazy shit does happen. But there was nothing. You know, I even heard some moron say that Wendy wanted to find the body because she wanted to plant Jeff's DNA. Yeah, okay. No, listen. Wendy just wanted law enforcement to look at Jeff as a focus while she got to Miami and put her lawyer between herself, her family, and the cops. That's all he was. Realistically, she achieved that. Realistically, it wasn't realistic to have Jeff go down for it. If you're going to go to the trouble of fucking getting the car to look like him and insist that the killers be seen by a witness driving away in said car, you know, you might want to add a few things to it, like our gun in Jeff's car or whatever. You know, it's just, it is flawed. I don't know why people hang on this. It doesn't really matter in the greater scheme of things. It's just another fucking example of people coming into this case and spouting fiction when they've got no place to do so. It's not supported by any facts. Nothing. No car copy.
States demonstrative exhibit G. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of the, it's It's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle.
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Permission to publish G, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, so above we've got a 2004 Nissan Sentra, and below we've got, that looks like to me quite a late model. I mean, that looks even later than 2010. I mean, in terms of it was a silver car, it had 4 doors. That's it. That's where the similarities end. Look at the fucking headlights. Look at the tail lights. Look at the wheels. Look at the height of the cabin. The A-frame. And just the overall bulkiness. Totally not a copy. Listen, it's as simple as this, right? You go to any fucking hire car, you go to Enterprise, you go to you know, those other ones. What's the one with the yellow logo? Doesn't matter. You know, any hire car company. Let's do it right now. Let's hire a car in Tallahassee. Hertz. That's what I was thinking of. Hertz. Let's go to Enterprise. We'll go to Enterprise. We'll look at their fleet. Goddamn motherfuckers. They don't have pictures of their fleet. Vehicles. Browse selection. Okay. Cars, SUVs. Yeah. Right, cars. Nissan, Mazda, Mitsubishi, Toyota, Chevy Malibu, Tesla, Audi, Nissan, Toyota, Mini Cooper. All right, then you're getting into like luxury sport models, which obviously isn't. My point is that more than 90% of these, in fact, all of the standard saloons are Japanese. And Japanese cars follow a fucking, you know, it doesn't matter if it's a Mazda or a Nissan or a Toyota or a Mitsubishi, they've got a character, right? They all look the same, pretty much. Apart from the Prius, which is the most distinctive of them all. So, Jim Geiger, who was old as fuck and still is old, extra old, immediately identified it as a Prius, even though he saw it for a split second. He was like, I think it was a Prius. Kind of green, silver color. Green, silver Prius. You know, why? Because it's the most recognizable car in America. Of the standard saloon 4-door cars, it's the most recognizable car in America. It's got a distinctive shape.
I have one more moment to confer, please.
The car agent has also testified, Jill Jane. We saw that in Catherine McManaman's retrial. You know the guy that looks like he has a leather dressing gown? With a huge Chinese dragon embroidered on the back that, you know, cuts off just below his hip line? That guy testified that there was no such request. No such request for a certain car or a certain color or a brand or whatever. I don't know why George is going down this line.
Other questions, Judge?
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
Well, I believe it was a hybrid specialist kosher style. Cars, they're selling, their marketing was, this is going to cost the consumer less because they're hybrid and they can be charged. So they were specializing in electric and semi-electric vehicles. And yes, it wasn't a one of the big five rental car companies that all have the same thing, but it's the same fucking market. We've seen the pictures of the actual lot at the time when they got the fucking car. Every car on the lot is Japanese. Every car on the lot is a general basic color, whether it's gray or dark green or there's a thing with car rentals, and the thing is blend in with everybody else.
Morning.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacoste, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
Mr.
You
Lacasse.
testified that
Right, we need a paper fumble counter because he's going to fumble his papers about 30 times on this testimony.
it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was I'm hearing this stuff from Wendy.
Okay.
Um,
Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression, information coming from Wendy.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendy.
Putting Charlie's,
Aside from Charlie in the hospital,
aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendy. That's correct, sir.
isn't it true that you found Wendy, let me find the exact quote. Didn't you find Wendy to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Sustained. Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you were asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive you were not to consider. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Crooked Judge Everett. He says, bent as a box of frogs.
You yourself do not have any personal knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
I am astounded that Zellman's big thing is the paper shuffle. That is unbelievably weak. I've got no other explanation for it. I mean, it is not helpful to his cause or his client's cause or anything. It's just amazing that he's doing that. And he seems to be doing it on purpose almost. I mean, like that's his rhythm And it's a really bad rhythm to get into. You do not want to be shuffling your papers every fucking question. You look at Georgia on the stand. Not on the stand, on the podium. Just reels it off live in real time.
Now let's talk about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014. Can you tell us again how you described that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on, you can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. It was a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
Fist-sized.
Adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
You testified about a statement that Wendy Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014, that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Her brother, Charlie.
Her brother, Charlie.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Amy says, why did Wendy downplay the damage to the TV for the first time yesterday? I'm not sure it's the first time that she downplayed the damage. But a lot was different about Wendy's testimony yesterday. I mean, she's running scared. Especially after her testimony, when she walked out with her posse. Semantics. Vertical lines. I'm sure there were vertical lines. Zellman looks like he's going to kiss Fulford.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, Mr. Lacoste.
Well, that's it.
Please call your
Pretty
next
sure.
witness.
June Chinda.
Gonna be hearing from June. If they can find her. Where is she this time? Here we go, June. June, you're being weird, June.
Everyone can be seated.
You know what I want to do tonight, June? I want I want to work out with my girlfriend. I want to eat some Maine lobsters, and I want to watch the basketball game. But all you want to do is bitch and moan. You're stupid, June. You're either stupid or you're lying, June.
You may bring in the next witness.
Oh. Lady in red.
Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Has she had a new set of fun bags? I don't know. Maybe. Or that's a very creative brassiere.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard. You may examine.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June. I'm Chinda.
Will you spell that, please?
The first name is June, and the last name is Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay, when did you date Charlie?
I was Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend at one point. You know, from that statement we can infer that they are now back together. Which is probably not true. She's just a little confused, but that's okay. She had a big plate of sushi yesterday. Can we bring up that picture? I'll look for that picture.
Adelson.
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after the murder.
Okay, do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating Charlie?
It was
Adelson?
October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything, so it was just a normal relationship. Everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or?
It's quite a low number for 2 years, considering how tied at the hip Charlie was to Donna, right? I mean,
Or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
Okay, worked together?
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business?
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
What do you
matriarch of the family. She was the one that ever.
I don't know, she's not got braces in, but she does seem to have smaller teeth this year. So maybe she's had those hippopotamus choppers taken out.
Everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes, in the family.
Did you meet Wendy Adelson?
I
I'm
have.
starving.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place, and we were together 24/7 since we met, so
So basically living together.
yes.
During what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
And then
Hang on, what brand of water has June got here?
Described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship
Smart.
with Mr.
Smart something.
Adelson.
What is that? Does anyone know what that is? How do we look that up? Smart something water. I bet that's fancy water too, right? Electrolytes, whatever.
And was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
in the beginning,
Yes.
just stress from work, the normal day to day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
Okay. During that portion of your relationship, what did you know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markell?
I had no idea who Dan Mark.
Pee Wee Newton says that Deep Dish True Crime used the same Wendy face for their thumbnail for yesterday's video. I'm not surprised.
Markell was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Is that a topic that came up one time or more than one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you previously say, did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
though,
was,
right?
yes.
You had a chance to review it?
Many times, yes.
And in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right, and then there was a time, which, are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a criminal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that, after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn?
June's necklace is an equal-armed cross, and an equal-armed cross, also known as a Greek cross, symbolizes concepts like the four cardinal directions, the four elements, earth, air, fire, water, and cosmic balance. Historically, it appeared as the prehistoric sun symbol, the solar of sun or sun cross, and was later adapted into the Christian Greek cross to blah 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 blah. Harmony, completion, and the divine essence. It also represents the planet Earth in traditional astrology and astronomy.
Learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you?
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right. And at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markell. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what time that was?
I believe it was like May or June when Luis Rivera got arrested around that time.
Okay. And once you learned...
Or I'm sorry, Luis.
Say what? Goddamn Tallahassee Democrat. What is this, Court TV? We're not affiliated with those guys, those creeps. No audio.
Learned some things from the media about this case. Was there something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid?
I did read the affidavit and everything, which said Luis or somebody mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles of cash with staples.
And why
in it.
did that stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Okay, so you had seen that in his residence before?
Right after I read that, so after I
After you-
found out that the money was stapled.
After you found out the money was stapled, you saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money, a red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Luis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and I mentioned to Charlie that he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples, so.
Okay, but you had seen, before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
Before the hitmen were paid?
Yeah.
I didn't know Charlie back then when the hitmen were
I'm
paid.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yes. Before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself,
Okay, here's a picture of June's teeth back in the left side is 2019. The right side is 2022. Wow, look at our fucking old logo there. Doesn't that look really shit? It's not even in the middle. Okay, so, I mean, let's try and see her teeth now, and we'll do a direct comparison. I'm not disagreeing with anyone. I'm just curious.
you know, that's strange, the
Trying to get a good...
staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
After you saw the article or the TV broadcast, you then observed it. in his
After I
residence,
found out.
and that's when
yes.
it clicked.
Yes.
Okay. And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills.
But are her lips bigger? That's the thing. Maybe the teeth are the same, but the lips are bigger or something. She's got nice lips today.
Stapled into $1,000 bundles, is that right?
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
Okay.
Show us your chiclets. She's so funny.
During the time between, I guess, the few weeks before that article was published, so between what we now know was the bump and when
Do you think she could play Pocahontas? I know she's Thai, but she could totally play Pocahontas. Right?
all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Catherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw like a message from her.
Oh my god,
or
I can't get a
they were
freeze
on
frame.
the phone once or something
She's
like that.
definitely okay. There we go. That'll do. So, are they the same teeth? I mean, I guess they're the same teeth. But you know, they do just look a little less pronounced in the current picture of her on the stand there. But maybe that's just because her other features of her face are different. The two front bottom teeth now seem more rounded, and the incisors, is that what it is? You know, the ones that are next to the middle teeth. They seem they're just, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't tell. In the picture in the white suit, the bottoms look like they run in a line, you know, just a straight line across the bottoms of the teeth, the bottoms of the top teeth. But in the current picture, that'd be a bumpy ride, right? I don't know.
I asked him about it.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with
Hello, Sally. How you doing?
Katie on the calls, like, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, like, you've never talked to me like that. So I was wondering why he talked so much to her.
Isn't it
at that
true
time.
that you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
You don't remember telling law enforcement that it was weird because he didn't wake up early, and you saw that there were on the phone the times that they were talking, and it was like 7 or 8, and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together, so.
Okay. Have you described him as being paranoid during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay. And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
Yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at her front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was, at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
Okay, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay, and can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn, and I wasn't sure why. In the beginning, he was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
All right. Did he become angry, short-fused?
at certain times, he would.
Okay, and I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trick chair.
Hey, thanks so much for the super chat. Late to the party 184. Thank you, Late to the Party. That is greatly appreciated. If anyone else wants to support the channel, you can go to buymeadesperatecoffee.com and buyusadesperatecoffee.com. MS Pugsy. Miss Pugsy. We can do a poll. Sure.
Around the time right after Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up, so.
And was one of those emotions anger?
At some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got and then it disappeared, so it was just a short period of time he had another phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia, because it's.
When he went to what? When he went to Asia.
Like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp, so he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he came
We just
back?
developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his license to carry, so he didn't physically sleep with the gun, but he has one in his nightstand and all over the place, so.
What about Wendy Adelson? Did you notice an issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
All right, and did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case, yes.
Okay, do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. I don't know if I should guess or not. But.
No, please don't.
Okay.
So, was there a time frame where Wendy and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Okay, and did you describe her as a mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
All right. Was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markell?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life, so she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them, I don't know. Whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes. I don't, yeah.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Please remain seated. The attorneys for the defense are not examining. No comments.
Okay.
Go aheed.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magbanaway's breast augmentation?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, like he said he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts. Half
Well-
of the work.
Right, but he was laughing, so it was just a joke.
Okay.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Zellman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
Okay. I just really have a few questions.
My first question is, can I borrow a jacket that fits? What is this? What is this? This is how I look, right? This baggy bag lady, baggy. I borrowed my dad's coat to come here. What the fuck? It's like a 6-year-old playing dress up in their mother's clothes or their father's clothes.
There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Where's Sally? Is Sally still here? I love Sally's comments about Jackie Fulford. She can't stand Jackie Fulford. I get it, but I'm telling you, man, she's the one to watch in this whole thing.
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time, yes.
Okay. You've previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you've testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he had it stacked in $100 bills in groups of 1,000. He'd put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled already.
You saw that it was stapled, correct?
Yes,
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
he did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
Okay. So you did an initial interview, you've been deposed, you testified in Catherine McBanawaz's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right. This is my 4th trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. Do you recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
And you testified.
Well, hey, thank you, Mr. Pinto Peabody, for the super sticker. That is very kind of you, Pinto. Congratulations, Pinto. You are our viewer of the day.
Let's see. When you testified in Katie McBanawaz's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her, in Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train
testified,
of thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page and line?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like, if they were those exact words, I think she was just so, like, stressed out and upset that that's how it came out.
Mr. Pugsy says that the people seeing well, I mean, do we have to leave it up or just put it down here? That's going to be over the comments. We can just leave it here for a few minutes, I guess.
Wow, that's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct?
But it's 3 years. It's 3 years, you know, at a big event. Oh, late to the party as a member. Look at that fantastic member. Great, good job, member.
Every single time that you've given these, I'm sorry, you were under oath, correct? correct?
I'm sorry?
Please answer out loud to all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you are under oath.
These movements that Jackie does, these, you know, I know no one likes her, and I'm not saying I like her. I'm saying that she's got something that we never saw in Rashbound, that we never saw in Mr. Hand Grenade, that we never saw in Tara Kawas. Christopher DeCoste, he had his moments. He had fantastic, great moments. He's clearly a natural at what it takes to do the job. But Jackie's way more, I don't know. She's got these natural
Right on her
tactics,
oath, then.
and body movement is one of them. Look at the way she points to the court reporter. That's what we're talking about.
Correct? Every single time that you've given these,
Answer out loud to all questions.
I'm sorry. You
Listen,
are under
Shepard.
oath, correct?
I'm sorry?
Please answer out loud to all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't,
Answer out loud to all questions.
I'm sorry. You
Listen,
are under
Shepard.
oath, correct?
I'm sorry?
Please answer out loud to all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court,
There. Is that it? The one more frame? There's something about that. There's something about that that works.
can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you are under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
Maybe that's what it is, Piper_765. Look at Georgia's scarf. It looks like she's just all wrapped up like a big present. Ah, God, if she were under the tree on December 25th, there would never need to be another Christmas, ever. Oh yeah, probably not. Probably not. Pinto says, I just don't know. I just know it doesn't work enough to get Miss Adelson off. Yeah, and I mean, no one's saying that. All we're saying is that it's the best chance that a defendant has had to date. Mr. Hand Grenade was going to do nothing for Sigfredo Garcia. You know, Tara Kawas and Krista Coast, they got their mistrial. But then it came crashing down. You know, and that was just because a member of the jury didn't want to take both parents away from the children at once. You know, it was inevitable that she was going to get sentenced to life. Charlie, are you kidding? I mean, we all know that Daniel Rashbaum didn't even try. He just helped himself to the pay that he received. Jackie's taken this seriously. And you know, she's definitely, you know, there's the facts and the evidence and blah, 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 blah. Then there's the person thing. And just from her opening statement alone, you know. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
You may step down.
Okay, now we're going to go on to Ryan Fitzpatrick, everybody's favorite Irish.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I'm in roofing now. I'm in roofing, so when I go up the ladder, my voice, because of the altitude, my voice goes down, and I'm in roofing now. Pinto, we're going to be doing the whole thing again, not in real time. So don't worry if you've missed anything, because it's all coming twice.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, R-Y-A-N F-I-T-Z-P-A-T-R-I-C-K.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We were very close
acquaintances?
friends, yes, ma'am.
Close friends. And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markell, you know?
I'm gonna check, they haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything related to my client.
Magnum PI.
I'll re-ask the question. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markell?
Didn't like Dan.
Tom Selleck.
And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Catherine McBanimal one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriends.
Okay, so she didn't stand
Yeah.
out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Yeah, I mean, she looked Asian and little, kind of petite Asian. So, that was it. Not counting the times that we were in Colombia together, it was always a petite Asian.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how is that?
Stapled money, 10/100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by stapled money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markell occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, it was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay. So you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was,
Okay. But nobody talked about it?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being
yes,
approached?
ma'am.
Okay. And prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when this happened with his mother, Did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty, just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut, and implied murder.
All right. After the arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you?
When the others were arrested?
When the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
Okay, so he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot, and he
In
talked a lot
general?
about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face, until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you were like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once, and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by video.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie, no, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markell, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Direct examination. You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at any time?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir, and have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Mary Hall.
Yeah, we're going to need to speak to her first. We were provided with some information before court today or to report.
Speaking, objection.
It's not a speaking.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take the jurors to the jury room. be seated. If there's a topic that needs to be addressed, please ask to approach, but no gratuitous statements need to be made in front of the jurors.
And I should not have made those comments. I apologize.
You need to speak with Ms. Hull before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
State, you need to be heard concerning this.
Yes, sir.
Very well. How long will it take to speak with Ms. Hull about this matter?
It should not take long, but maybe 15 minutes, Judge?
For scheduling purposes, I think for direct, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so whatever the court would like to do with that.
All right, let's put the jurors then on early lunch. During this time, the defense can speak with Mrs. Hull about any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break. That's fine.
What do you think Judge Everett would look like with a mustache? Can we AI that? A really big one. Fucking sweeping broom under his nose. I didn't catch the next witness. It was someone who's going to take about 45 minutes, which is lengthy. Well, they're going to go on an early lunch, which means we're going to go on an early lunch. But of course, it's not lunchtime in Portugal. God damn it. They stopped serving food an hour and a half ago, and they won't be serving food for another 3 hours. So we're fucked. Yeah, they're taking lunch. They're taking lunch. I think they're going to do a little bit of admin here.
Everyone can be seated. For the parties, please report back at 12:30 as well. This should give the defense an opportunity to speak with Mrs. Hull and have your
12:30, so we got what?
Anything else need to be
56
addressed?
minutes.
The state is going to present a PowerPoint presentation during Mrs. Hull's testimony.
Mrs. Hull. So Mrs. Hull is the financial, forensic financial that went over Katie McBanower's payments, and that's the witness that's going to be next. So it will be a little dry, but it's an important witness to show Katie McBanower's big spike in payments, big spike in income, right after the point of the murder. And then the best year she's ever had, even though she wasn't working. I mean, come on.
A hearsay objection to slide 38.
I would launder money better than this.
It's a text messaging conversation between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and Harvey's statements would be hearsay, and that was ruled on yesterday as well.
And may I respond, Judge?
Go ahead.
Let me pull up the slide just a moment.
And it was also a statement before the conspiracy judge. It was December 14th of 2012.
So, Judge, I believe the court has seen this before, but I can also provide the court with a copy. Slide 38 is a text message exchange between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson from 2012, where they are discussing having a large amount of cash. And I plan to ask Ms. Hull, did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have, did they give cash discounts? at their dental practice. And this is an example of them taking whatever. Okay. Taking whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it as opposed to depositing it in the bank. And so I do think that it's probative and more probative than it is prejudicial.
I believe the objection is hearsay, not that it's relevant.
Okay. Yeah, let me see. Harvey is the one making the statement. I mean, okay, so the statement is, I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of, banking institutions. They have a lot of cash. And that would be relevant to them having a large amount of cash at the time that these payments were made.
So you're not offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather a separate point.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather the fact that they had cash in general.
Yeah, whatever, Sarah Dugan. Can we go to lunch now, for fuck's sake? You're wasting my time. All right, so he said he's going to be back at, what is it? 12:30, so that's in 1 hour and 52 minutes. Soap, put on your tennis shoes. We got to go and get some watermelon or something. Watermelon with the fresh, natural yogurt pot. That's what we should have for lunch. How are we gonna get there? Well, what does Kosher Style say? Kosher Style says, Patricia, I would agree, except Joel said the reaction of the entire jury when Rob was on the stand. They all turned their head and looked at her in shock and disdain. Well, it's a powerful witness, but we've got to keep an eye on Jackie. She's the one here. Zellman's not going to do anything. Paper fumbler Zellman is not going to do anything. Not a thing. Not even a little thing. But Jackie, with her big old coat, she could do something. Anyway, we should go. We've got 50 minutes. We'll be back in 50 minutes. What can we do? We should put something on during this time, no? Well, I mean... these decisions. Mr. Miyagi sitting 2 rows behind Harvey. Kind of. Well, I just wrote watermelon on my shopping list when you said it. Hey! Who doesn't love watermelon? What's everybody's favorite melon? I mean, this time of year, it's everywhere for me. So I'm just happy to have it. But I also enjoy honeydew, cantaloupe, gala is nice. What other melons are there? I think that's pretty much the top 4, right? Can anyone come up with a melon that is not watermelon, honeydew, cantaloupe, or gala? What is the missing melon? The missing Metrix melon? You can tell Patrick is getting annoyed with her as I am. Pinto. Pinto, I think you should come on the show and share your ideas about Jackie Fulford, because I think it would be great to hear from you. We said honeydew, Patricia Burns. We said honeydew. We said cantaloupe. We got to go outside of the ones that we already named. We already named watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew, and gala. What else is in the melon family? I like Donna's frumpy blouse. She might be borrowing from her lawyer. Mrs. Everett calls her husband honeydew and sugar lips. Mm-hmm. And he can eat all night. I agree with Patricia that there should have been more about Donna. Jeff could have said more, certainly if given the chance. Sapo, cassava. You're making this up. Let's consult AI. Types of melon. Ooh, muskmelon, field pumpkin, Citrulus echirosus. Well, those are just pumpkins. That doesn't count. That doesn't count at all. Crenshaw. Ivory Gaia. That's another one they have around here. Oh, it's not Gala, it's Galia. I'm thinking about the apples. What is this crazy text? Crazy Amy sent a crazy text. Yeah, is that accurate? Apollo melon, canary melon, gack. Can I have one plate of gack? All right, I gotta go and get some melon. What time is it in Portugal? It's 4:44 p.m. All the fours. Is anyone going to CrimeCon? Oh, Sally, I would love to accompany you. If my visa works out. Oh shit, if anyone wants to help us pay for a lawyer, our next bill is due. Support the channel on buy me a lawyer coffee, buymylawyer.coffee.com/buy Metrix a lawyer coffee. Links in the description. Desperate links are in the desperate description, where you will find our support links. But no joke, that would really help us out, because, you know, one thing I don't want to do is piss off my immigration lawyer, because he holds the cards. He holds all the cards. But when is CrimeCon? I would love to accompany you there, Sally. We can rent a Prius. We can rent a Prius. Where is it this year? I think it was in Denver last year. CrimeCon. So it's going to be in Denver again. September 5th. Wow, okay. I'm definitely not going to make that. Maybe next year, Sally. Yeah, maybe we could sell some merchandise at CrimeCon. By the way, I also, if I'm going to CrimeCon, I don't care if I've got a fucking stall, stand, whatever. I'm going with the Adelson fucking board game prototype with 100 limited edition numbered fucking you know, what do you call it, sets made ready to sell, $500 a piece. What's 500 times 100? That's like 50 grand, isn't it? Yeah, 50 grand. That's our goal. Sell 100 Adelson limited edition numbered board games. We've got to get working on that. I started working on the graphics months ago, and the concept, you know, it's basically Monopoly, which is what we ran into when we went to the copyright people and we said, hey, look, how do we copyright a board game? And they basically turned around and said to us, if it's anything at all, even remotely similar to Monopoly, you can't do anything. The fucking Parker brothers are all over that. And I think it should be Monopoly. There's just so many venues and locations. There's so many great opportunity for community chest cards. There's so many great opportunities for chance cards. There's so many great opportunities for the what do you call it? The markers. What do you call it? Your piece. You know, when you have a piece in Monopoly and it's the car or the dog or the boat. Well, that's what it used to be. But yeah. So it has to be. Oh look, Camille Vasquez is there. Camille Vasquez is at CrimeCon this year. Oh, another crazy text. Another crazy text. Go get lunch. Yeah, I should get lunch. I just wish, you know, it's times like this you wish you didn't live in Portugal, where you could just go out and have options to eat quickly, affordably. It's just not how it works. So I guess we'll go and I don't know, maybe pick up a watermelon and some yogurt. What else could we get? What else could we get? We've only got like 40 minutes. Maybe a minute steak. Or just get a minute steak. That only takes a minute to cook. Steak sandwich. That sounds good. Who's with me? Steak sandwich? Justice sandwich? Judge Everett sandwich. Alright, well, I want to leave something on. I mean, shall I put Grish's video on? That might be nice. But I haven't seen the whole thing, so I'll get back and everyone will know the story. And they'll say, oh, Metrix, you're so wrong. How could you not believe Grish when he said that Wendy had been in constant phone communication, in-person meeting communication with Wendy Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia? How could you be so wrong, Metrix? I am not wrong, okay? That never happened. That never fucking happened. Well, I have proof. I have a lot of proof. So, Deep Dish has been putting stuff out. What's deep? I don't even really want to know. Why do I care? Crime and Coffee. I think Rochelle wants me to come on her show, and talk to her, which might be fun. I mean, you never know. I mean, I've only done that with that crazy Australian lady. What was I looking for? Grish. Crazy Grish. All right, it's 34 minutes, so that'll give you guys something nice to watch while we're out there working for a living. Oh, see you later, Sally. Kolkhoznitsa. Kolkhoznitsa. I would ask you what the fuck you're talking about, Patricia Burns, but I can't be bothered. Love watermelon, one of my favorites. I know, right? It's so good. A lot of people are scared about the seeds. Not me. Not me at all. Those melons where they have all the seeds in the center, I don't trust them at all. It's more work. You don't have to worry. There was that. Did anyone see that movie where someone ate a piece of watermelon and then the watermelon started growing inside them from the seed that they swallowed? That's not real. That can't happen. That wouldn't happen. A seed cannot, what do you call it? Germinate in your belly. Anyway, we're going to leave Grish on and we're going to go. Come on, Soap. You want to go out. You want to see the world. See the world. Or maybe you would like to have a look around town. Yes, that would be nice.
She worked for the federal judge and how she was a professor of law.
Sorry. All right, we'll be back as soon as we can.
Wendy Adelson isn't a wolf in sheep's clothing. She's a wolf in wolf's clothing. She doesn't hunt with a pack, and she doesn't wait for the moon to rise. She expects the moon to howl at her. Powerful men orbit her, feeding her protection and opportunity. It's through that same lens that I can confidently say that Wendy met with Sigfredo Garcia directly, not just from the patterns in the call records, but from the timeline at a macro level. From 2006 to 2025, Wendy has consistently placed herself near certain types of people to get certain things. In 2015, Wendy Adelson took a writing class and they were asked to read their assignments out loud, and it was uploaded as a podcast. It's called Writing Class Radio, and I'll be using excerpts from that podcast on this video.
We married when I was in my mid-20s, when I thought I could cheat the system and marry a man I lacked passionate love for because, hey, didn't that die anyway during marriage? I saw his intellect and big heart and thought he would make a wonderful father for my children. Our marriage dissolved after the children arrived, as the loneliness of being married to someone that didn't view me as an equal crept in. I do believe he loved me the best way he knew how. I mean, he didn't like fiction, so why read my novel? It was logic, not a lack of love.
The way Wendy comes off with this is like she's rational and self-aware, but ultimately blameless for this. So when she says she thought she could cheat the system and marry a man she liked passionate love for, she frames herself as cynical, frames this as cynical, but really it's very calculated. And she presents her younger self as believing that she could outsmart traditional expectations of what marriage is. So it kind of like distances herself from any like emotional attachment with Dan. And in addition to that, she's making it seem like a inevitable outcome by saying that, and it's not any kind of nefarious motive there. And then she says, I saw his intellect and big heart, and thought he would make a wonderful father for my children. Now, this is, if you listen to the whole podcast, this is the only time she really speaks positively of him. But it's really it is transactional, because she only speaks positively of him when she's reducing him to a list of attributes suitable for procreation. She's not looking for a partner in life. So the wonderful father is really crazy for her to say that, because it's the complete opposite of what inevitably happened, where allegedly through her actions, her children were robbed of a father. So when she goes on to say the loneliness of being married to someone that didn't view me as an equal crept in, this is when it starts for her to play the victim here. And then she reframes the failure of the marriage not as the lack of passionate love, but rather as a matter of respect and equality. And this is really crazy how she's able to do this and just get the sympathy out of you if you're not really paying attention. And it's no longer about her poor choice or her calculated choice, but now it's about Dan Markel's ongoing failure to treat her properly. And when she says, I do believe he loved me the best way he knew how, this is like super condescending. It's probably the most condescending part of this whole statement. And she positions herself as like graciously absolving Dan of the blame for not loving her correctly. He was born inept at loving her the way she needed to be loved. He never understood that. This is just above his head. So it just reinforces this weird hierarchy she established. And it's like, she's the emotionally intelligent one who can analyze and forgive this man's limited capabilities. And he didn't like fiction, so I read my novel. It was logic, not a lack of love. That's weird. It's I don't know what it is, but it's like it's his basic lack of understanding of Wendy and the fact that, and well, not the fact, but it's comes off as he just was never supportive of her. And so usually your partner, your wife or husband, your girlfriend, boyfriend, whoever, if you're with someone, they should appreciate and value your interests. And it's like the reason he was unsupportive of her is because it was just logical for him to not read her novel, because he's just unsupportive anyway. This woman is like, I saw a comment once that said that Wendy is transparently deceptive. Wendy is transparently deceptive, and that's exactly what I see out of this. But if you put everything in order chronologically, from what she said here, it would start off that she met a man who had the intellect that for her to procreate with. So she thought she could cheat the system, marry a man that she lacked passionate love for, in order for her to procreate with him. So after she was done procreating with him, the marriage dissolved. But before the marriage dissolved, Wendy wrote that novel. And that makes me think that the novel is part of what Wendy wanted to use in order to not only divorce Dan, but to make him look really bad when they went to court for their divorce.
Sherry, thank you so much. Well, human trafficking is a widespread issue going on right here in our backyard. We have with us this morning clinical professor at Florida State University's College of Law, Wendy Adelson, with a book, and hear more to discuss about human trafficking. And again, like we said, it's a widespread issue that it's hard to believe it is happening right here in the United States. Welcome, Wendy.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us. So before we get into it and get into your book, how is it that these women get here to the United States?
Kind of funny that there's a broken TV, but look at the cover of Wendy's book.
I mean, he didn't like fiction, so why read my novel? It was logic, not a lack of love.
It's Wendy, with her hand up like she's defending herself from being punched or something. This is from Wendy's testimony during Charlie's trial that talks about her divorce.
Okay, and he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit.
That's what he was alleging.
And asked the court to sanction you.
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay, so again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words in lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement?
Dan Markel wanted Wendy held in contempt and the $200,000 Wendy omitted and the $120,000 that he owed her for the house. If Wendy is found to be in contempt, her law license would be in jeopardy and she would be out $320,000. Why would Wendy take the $200,000? Is it because maybe Wendy felt like Dan made her lose money on something? In a normal book deal, the publisher pays the author in advance and pays them royalties, and they're responsible for the editing, the design, and remember that cover photo? Who took that picture? Harvey. Anyway, everything in a normal book deal would be taken care of by the publisher. The distribution, the cost of everything, the distribution, the marketing, and the author will own their money from sales. They're not buying the copies. Now, in Wendy's situation, it's the complete opposite. Wendy is directly paying the publisher just to print her novel per copy. She's bearing the cost of everything, the distribution, everything. She's paying for her own books.
The novel I wrote about my client's stories had just been chosen as the common read for all first-year students at FSU.
It may sound like Wendy's bragging here, as if all these students bought her book, but really she bought the book and they got it for free. Here's the math on that. At Carolina Academic Press, that publisher would charge an author between $10 to $15 per book. Florida State, in the year that Wendy had this happen, there were 6,021 students. So Wendy had to pay between $60,000 and $90,000 of her own money to print that book to give it away to students at Florida State University. Between Dan Markel and Wendy, Dan Markel is the only person that could have an arrangement like that for Wendy because he's a tenured professor. Dan Markel used his position to actively promote Wendy's book, knowing that Wendy had to pay out of pocket for each copy. Wendy has selective amnesia when it comes to the motions being filed in her divorce settlement. It's because she knows that the motions that Dan were filing would be detrimental to her career and she wasn't going to win. And they gave her the sense of urgency to have Dan taken out. And it shows because the very next day, Wendy went to Miami with Jeff Lacasse and had that double date with Charlie and Katie, the one with Sigfredo and Luis watching from a distance. I'm going to skip past the homicide on the timeline and talk about what Wendy did afterwards in order to protect herself.
I started my own immigration practice, and I just signed up to do a one-year clerkship with the Federal 11th Circuit in September, which means I can get off Obamacare and have 1 year guaranteed of a steady income.
Wendy downplays her job as a clerk for a federal court judge as a means to get off Obamacare, but in reality, it's a very prestigious job to have. And it could protect you from local prosecution in the sense that state authorities may be cautious in prosecuting someone that works for a federal judge. Willie Meggs, who was the Leon County DA at the time, didn't want to arrest Katie McBanoa or the Adelsons because they said there was lack of evidence.
Here we have an article from September 2016 where Willie Meggs is quoted about this. Probable cause affidavit seeking arrest of the former brother-in-law of slain Professor Dan Markell contained speculation but lacked enough evidence to bring charges. Let's look at this from Wendy's perspective and ask yourself this question. Were you protected because you were working for a federal judge for the past year? There's no way to really answer that question. But let's fast forward to September 30th, 2016. It's your last day working as a clerk for Judge Jordan. You say farewell to your colleagues. You thank the judge for the great opportunity. Maybe your colleagues take you out for drinks. Maybe they say, fuck that bitch. I know what you did last summer. But anyway, the next day, you wake up, it's raining crazy. So you sit on the couch, turn on the TV, and the moment it stops raining,
a new twist in the alleged murder for hire plot. Police in Florida arresting a single mom, accusing her of arranging the killing of a prominent Florida State law professor. ABC's Matt Gutman has the new details for us. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, Robin. Authorities portray Catherine McBanoa as a kind of femme fatale in this case. Police say the Miami beauty linked Dan Markell.
they couldn't even wait till the next business day. Don't you think that plagues Wendy's mind?
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth. You may be seated.
What we do know about Wendy is that she's an immigration attorney. She has a couple 100,000 extra lying around. She secures work through her significant other, and she definitely doesn't want Dan Markell's parents around their grandchildren because she's hateful. So as an immigration attorney, she's going to make connections via philanthropy because she has this extra money. She secures work via her significant other, and she's going to work in a situation to where she's around the ad litem community.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
Broward County is important for where we're about to go next.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
That's philanthropy. Let's keep going. Quick refresher. Immigration attorney makes connections via philanthropy, secures work via significant other, just like she did with Dan Markell, and she's going to be part of the ad litem community helping immigrant kids. Here's a press release from one of Wendy's schools talking about the job she got. What are the chances that they would have a Prius as the main photo in this article? Wendy Adelson has been named executive director of the Immigration Partnership and Coalition Fund, the Impact Fund. A Gates Cambridge scholar has been named executive director of an organization focused on raising funds to finance existing legal services for undocumented individuals with no criminal background in the U.S. It goes on to talk about how she worked for the federal judge and how she was a professor of law at FSU. I wanted to find a little bit more information about them, so I looked up their 990 tax form. As you can see, Wendy right here, and let's see how many dollars she's clocking. $0. Sometimes people that work for nonprofits don't draw a salary. I can't tell you why Wendy does not draw a salary or didn't that year, but there's another year that I looked up and she does. Nonprofit organization that Wendy works for is run by a man named Mike Fernandez. Mike Fernandez was also the founder and chairman of the Immigration Partnership and Coalition Fund. The Impact Fund fundraises to expand currently existing legal services and programs to help undocumented immigrants fight unjust deportation procedures and grant them a path to citizenship. Mike Fernandez wrote to Politico about Wendy Adelson. billionaire immigration crusader, employee innocent in murder for hire plot. Mike Fernandez told Politico via email that Wendy Adelson was vetted by a federal judge in a group called the Miami Foundation, and that Impact then did its own background check before we hired her. Mike Fernandez, a Florida billionaire and former GOP mega donor who crusades for the rights of undocumented immigrants, is rising to the defense of the woman who heads his immigration reform group by saying she had nothing to do with the sensational murder for hire plot that killed her ex-husband. Fernandez emailed his statement of support for Wendy Adelson after NBC's Dateline last week devoted a 2-hour investigative special. I mean, you get it. But you know Wendy is trying to leverage this. You know she's not just stumbling upon someone like this on accident. Anyway, Mike has a son. His name is George. And George, I don't know what you're thinking, man. Come on, bro. All the hours of Jeff LaCasse footage. Oh my. He's too far gone. But y'all tell me, is this a coincidence here? Wendy Adelson works for Mike Fernandez, a billionaire, and dates his son. There's no accident with that. That's not a coincidence. You think it's by coincidence that Wendy is dating George Fernandez, whose father is Mike Fernandez, and Wendy's employer, and a billionaire and a GOP mega donor, and she's represented by John Lauro? And John Lauro ain't cheap. You don't think she's dating George Fernandez? You saw the picture. You don't think she's dating him because his dad's a billionaire who can employ her and pay her lawyer fees, who's connected to the GOP because he's a donor? He didn't donate to Donald Trump, but Donald Trump's still the GOP, and John Lauro is his attorney. You think that's by accident? You don't think she's looking through all those connections to possibly get a commuted sentence or a pardon, if need be, through her attorney? And Donald Trump was the president when they got together, and Donald Trump's the president now. Like I told you, immigration attorney, connections via philanthropy, secures work via her significant other, ad litem for immigrant kids. Wait a second. Since Wendy worked for a federal judge, why not try to get close to a Second Circuit Court judge? This is not about having a smoking gun. This is about timing optics. Some of you know I'm from Maryland, and I somewhat understand how judges are appointed, but I do know that each state in the U.S. has a different process. Before we go further, I have to explain how Florida Circuit Court judges are appointed. In Florida, when a circuit court judge retires or steps down, a structured process kicks in. The Judicial Nominating Commission, or JNC, takes applications and interviews candidates. After that, they send a short list of 3 to 6 names to the governor. The governor is required to choose from that short list. No outside picks are allowed. Once appointed, the new judge serves a 6-year term before facing re-election in a nonpartisan race. This process gives the governor influence, but the JNC ultimately controls who even makes it onto the list. On March 19th, 2019, Governor Ron DeSantis appointed Stephen Everett to the Second Circuit Court. Judge Everett was replacing Judge Karen Giebers, who in late 2018 announced that she would be retiring on April 27th, 2019. When Judge Karen Giebers wrote the then Governor Rick Scott about her retirement, she says, "Please accept my resignation as circuit judge in and for the Second Judicial Circuit of Florida to be effective April 27th, 2019, my 70th birthday." Why is this important? It's important because in Florida, you can't be a judge forever. At 70, you gotta pack it up. Judge Gievers was on the bench for 15 years. People knew she was turning 70 on April 27th. My point is that if you were one of the people who wanted her spot in the Second Circuit Court, you'd have to make your intentions known at least a year before her announcement. I've never spoken to anyone who follows this case that's had one bad thing to say about Judge Everett. I think this case would look very different if someone else were presiding over it. September of 2011, the Bar Children's Committee has an article about child trafficking. This project was co-authored by Wendy Adelson. The other person involved in this project, his name is Alan Abramowitz.
My name is Alan Abramowitz, and I am the Executive Director of the statewide Guardian Ad Litem program. The number of abused, abandoned, and neglected children coming into foster care is on the rise.
Trafficking, Guardian Ad Litem, foster care. These are all the things that Wendy is focused on, and she did that project with him in 2011, and he wants to be a judge in 2017? And in the Second Circuit? All right. Well, we don't know how cool Wendy and Alan are, but would it hurt if Wendy was cool with them and Alan became the judge that was presiding over the Dan Markel murder? What if Wendy somehow was able to get some influence in order to get him appointed? And people usually look out for other people when they get help trying to get where they need to go, not after they've already gotten there. You don't think Wendy's not going to be laser focused trying to find the right person to put Alan in position? She may have the person that works for the state of Florida, who's the exact same age as Wendy, who's also from Broward County and lives in Tallahassee. Andrew Gillum, the mayor of Tallahassee from 2014 to 2018. But Andrew's just the mayor. But he doesn't just want to be the mayor forever, though.
Are y'all ready to put Florida blue?
Yeah, you see it. Andrew's running for governor. And if Andrew becomes governor, he could appoint Alan to be the judge in Second Circuit Court. And Alan's on the list too. He's got a chance. He's got an interview at 9 o'clock. This could all just be a couple innocent selfies. That's all Wendy wanted. Just a couple pictures with the man that was going to be the first Black governor in Florida.
This race was another nail-biter last night. It took hours before Ron DeSantis was declared the winner. DeSantis edged out Andrew Gillum by less than 1% of the vote. Our senior political reporter Michael Putney is in the newsroom now with...
Now, they always say weird things happen on Friday the 13th, but Friday, March 13th, 2020, Andrew Gillum was one of those weird things.
Developing at noon, the police releasing evidence today from an overdose incident involving former candidate for Florida Governor Andrew Gillum.
And we're now getting a look inside the hotel room where they say it happened. Local 10 News reporter Laren Livingston is live in Miami Beach with the details. Laren.
Chrissy Janice, police say back on March 13th, former gubernatorial candidate Andrew Gillum was so intoxicated here at the Mondrian South Beach Hotel that he could not even speak with officers. And as you mentioned, just this morning, Miami Beach police releasing body cam footage of their response to the hotel and that emergency call that night. Take a look at this. Much of the video inside of the hotel room was blurred because of privacy reasons, according to the police. But what we are able to see are police responding to that emergency call around 1 o'clock in the morning about a suspected drug overdose. Now, Gillum and two other men were inside the hotel room there, and police say one of those men, Aldo Mejias, went into the room earlier that night and found Gillum and another man, Travis Dyson, under the influence of a, quote, unknown substance. Dyson ultimately had to be taken to the hospital to be treated. Gillum, who'd reportedly been found vomiting in the bathroom there in that hotel room, was later allowed to leave the hotel and go home. Now, there are also photographs that police officers released to us, pics from inside that hotel room show a mess of a hotel room. We're talking stained pillowcases and sheets. There are pill bottles that have been noticeably seen there in those photographs. And police also removed ultimately what they suspected at the time to be 3 small bags of suspected crystal meth. Now, Andrew Gillum was the first black nominee in a major party to run for Florida.
To kick off the pandemic with wild drugs and 2 male escorts.
Narrowly losing to now Governor Ron DeSantis back in 2018, and he claimed he was here in South Florida for a wedding that night and that he never used meth, and he ultimately apologized for that incident. He also later released a statement saying that he suffered from depression following the loss there to the governor, and that led to alcohol abuse, and he said that he would be entering rehab. We've also now reached out to the Miami Beach police just to see if what was initially suspected to be crystal meth was later actually, in fact, found to be crystal meth. We're still waiting to hear back from them on that, and we'll continue to pour over this video, these photographs, and bring you more right here on Local 10 and at local10.com. For now, we're live here in Miami Beach. Larry Livingston, Local 10 News.
Former Florida Democratic gubernatorial candidate Andrew Gillum pleaded not guilty today to 21 federal charges, including conspiracy, making false.
That Jay and I and our family have.
Andrew Gillum beat that case with the help of his attorney, David Oscar Marcus. Some of the firm's high-profile clients. Charles Adelson. Charlie gets arrested April 22nd, 2022. Andrew Gillum, July 21st, 2022. David Marcus withdrew from Charlie's case on May 9th. But at least we know that the interaction between Wendy and Andrew Gillum isn't so random when he has the same lawyer as her brother. One month before Katie and Sigfredo's trial, Wendy Adelson starts a nonprofit called the Immigrant Child Defense Corporation. So Wendy lists herself as the main person of this nonprofit, but who does she put as the VP? The guy that wanted to be a judge in 2019. But he still works for the state of Florida. And he works for the Second Circuit Court. And he's on Wendy's payroll. In Donna Adelson's probable cause affidavit, there's a list of federal agents and other people that they may or may not have testify. Now, in this probable cause affidavit, they have the locations that have video surveillance.
And so I tracked all of them. And after Wendy drove past the crime scene, she drove to ABC Liquors on Thomasville Road. As you can see, ABC Liquors on the lower right-hand corner. Now, I'm gonna point out all the places nearby that have cameras and their field of vision based on where the cameras are. These are the buildings whose cameras have...
So what is Crazy Grish talking about now, huh? I haven't seen this segment of the video at all. I just heard the beginning where he said Wendy was in constant contact with Sigfredo Garcia, and you know, that's where me and Grish, we part ways, right? We completely part ways. I say, no way, never. He says, yes, absolutely, I have proof. He has no proof. He doesn't need proof. It's not something that I'll look to someone and say, I don't believe you, but if you can prove it, I'll listen. I would never say that to anyone. What I would say is, I don't believe you, and if you can prove it, you have forced and jammed the collection of facts that you've gone through to support your fanciful argument. Fanciful fiction. That's what it is. ABC. We did get a watermelon. With 3 minutes to spare. Well, we got like half a small watermelon. You know, it's cutting it up is a whole thing, and you know, so there's all right. We still got to cut it up. There's just less to cut. Yeah. So that's where we're at. What else did we get? Not much. Not much. They didn't have much. We got some salad leaves and one single tomato and eggs. 6 eggs.
Footage that the FBI was able to get. In red are the buildings that have cameras that the FBI got the footage from, and the purple is the path that Wendy would have taken if she went to ABC Liquors from Dan's house. In yellow is the field of vision for each of those buildings based on where the cameras are located. The 3 buildings that are closest to our point of view is 1940 Thomasville Road, 1930 Thomasville Road, which is ABC Liquors, and 1920 Thomasville Road. But the FBI doesn't put any footage, or they don't say that they got footage from that building. And what's weird is there's more cameras in that building than the other 3 combined. And that's because it's one of the Leon County Second Circuit Court Annex buildings.
Uh-huh.
And guess whose office is on the 2nd floor in Suite 208?
I got news flash for you, Grace. It's Tallahassee. Every other building is a fucking government annex building. Everybody in this town either works for the law or Florida State. And all the buildings are owned by those 2 entities. Pretty much. I mean, obviously I'm not being literal, but there are many. There are many. Who's that? Is that Grish? Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch that later. How are we doing in the courtroom? Oh, I'm so tired. Still nothing. Oh. They must be just about to come in. It's, what is it, 12:31. Man, I'd be pissed if I was on the jury and they sent me for lunch at 11:30. I want a double lunch. Gossip from inside the courtroom. Yeah. Tell her to come back when she's wearing some gaiters. Oh, look. Lol. 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 Oh, I'm so tired now. I really need to eat something. But we have a job to do. We have a job to do. It's very important business. Very important business. How do we do on that poll? Let's end the fucking poll. Are June's teeth... Oh, I don't remember what the question was. I don't care. It was slightly in favor. But I wanna be on the same side as Michelle. She's gonna need all the support she can get with that wobbly big toe of hers. You can lean on me, Michelle. She will have on gaiters for Wendy's trial. I know, I mean, it just sounds cooler, right? Do you like my pair of snakeskin shoes? Do you like my pair of gaiters? This sounds cool. I want to be dressed head to toe in alligator. I didn't get to eat it. You know, it's a whole thing to cut it up, and I just had a couple of spoonfuls of yogurt. Or yogurt, depending on where you're from. Oh. June has returned to her job of atom splitting. Okay. Christine Schweinsberg says, yesterday Wendy stated on examination that the first she heard of Danny being shot was in the car ride over to the police station, not when Isom told her in the videotaped police interview. Yeah, well, that was a new claim, and substantially and, false. We all saw the beginning of the interview when Isom comes in to give the news, right? To sit her down and reveal what this all is about. He says, now, there was a shooting over on Trescott at your ex-husband's house, and that's why we're here. Does anybody need to have a fucking degree to work out that means that by his statement, that shows that he didn't say jack to her in the car? She's making it up. Making it all up. And that question, that was one of the questions that rattled her. And I've never seen Wendy rattled. And people love to say to me, they say, oh, Metrix, what do you mean you've never seen Wendy rattled? What about when she was in Charlie's trial and she said that thing of like, of course not. It's a horrible thing to say. Bullshit, she was rattled. She saw that coming and she gave a considered response, measured Maybe ill-measured, but measured. And, you know, she was not fucking rattled. She wasn't emotionally influenced. She wasn't scared. She wasn't angry. She wasn't nothing, right? Another one they love to say to me is, oh, Metrix. What about the time in Charlie Adelson's trial where Wendy was asked about should the people that are responsible be held accountable, and she's like, yes, I'm thankful they're already in jail. I've got a mean face because I'm saying something angry. You know. This is not her being rattled. That's how Wendy wants to look rattled when it suits her. Bullshit. Yesterday was the first time in any situation that I've seen Wendy Adelson fucking rattled, man. And we're going to be going over that. You better believe we're going to be going over that. We're going to be going over that so much. Oh my God, we're going to be talking about this for years. Years! But,
Court's now back in session.
oh, back in session.
You can be seated. Do we have our jurors, or are we still collecting them?
Yeah. They're all in line for the bathroom again. I mean, what is this thing with juries and their bladder control? What are they doing in there? I mean, what are they doing in there?
Go ahead.
Shortly after we began the lunch break, I received a new PowerPoint from Sergeant Corbett. I forwarded it to my experts for them to review it to see what the changes are. Ms. Dugan just advised me what some of them are. I need to email the expert to see if it changes anything. I don't yet know what my expert's going to say. They're trying to review it right now.
Ms. Dugan, concerning this change in the PowerPoint, this is the demonstrative or what the state is seeking to admit?
This is both. And I advised defense that my understanding is the only change being that Sergeant Corbett, there was one slide that changed, and I think it changed in defense favor, but I need to double check that. And then the rest is just some slides we took out that I didn't feel like we needed. But he has a copy of the presentation we sent in May and this one. And it's also my understanding the defense has several objections to some of the communication in the PowerPoint that they've had since May. And so we may need to speak to the court before Sergeant Corbett testifies.
All right. Concerning this exhibit, and at this point, I'm going to refer the parties back to the scheduling order, specifically the portion of the order that dealt with if things are not timely raised, they can be deemed as waived. Are these matters going to any constitutional issue of evidence that were obtained in violation of the defendant's rights?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
As the violation, or as these matters would not be constitutional in nature, why should they be heard now if they were not previously raised, the deadline that was given in the prior scheduling orders?
Judge, the only explanation I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that basis.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple, I believe, deadlines were extended as well.
That's
at
correct.
least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
Well, I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how the pagination has changed. So if we could have...
The pagination. He changed the numbers at the bottom of the fucking pages. How are we gonna cope?
Some time to review that, it might resolve some of what I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay. I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up the co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial, so that would probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have a few moments to review this, please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As you stated before, we're not talking about new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct, and all the communication that defense let me know that he is objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication, all of that remains the same and has remained the same not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
Very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed.
He does have a crumb on his face, but it's a bit far around his head. Where was he trying to put the sandwich? In his ear? Fucking. Yeah, his wife has him on a strict avocado toast lunch.
Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
Thank you. 10 minutes? Ah! Oh, I don't believe it. Hey Jackie, how are the gallery getting on with your giant font? Look at them there. Look at them there. Everett Angels. Everett's Angels. Just imagine what those two women have going around in their head right now. I often say I'd like to have a go at a cross-examination or closing argument. I'd love to have a go, just do it blind, no training, nothing. But there's a lot more to it than that, isn't there? They got to keep so much in their head. Give the judge a napkin. A big one. Do you think he's playing Tetris or Solitaire? Oh, the crumb is a beacon fish. The crumb is a beacon. So upon Donna Adelson's conviction, Chief Mac's gonna put her straight into suicide watch. She'll be there for 3-4 days. With, hang on, what was it? piss on the floor, blood on the walls, and shit on the ceiling. Enjoy that, Donna. Or you could win. Imagine that. Win and drive back down to Miami with Harvey. Harvey must be really bored. He was like, I should have just watched this from home, where I've got a fridge full of tofu. He's got all the aces. He's got all the aces. It's just a matter of time now, Judge. Work on pairs. Work on the pairs. 2s, 4s. Yeah, I don't think she'll live long. She's not going to live more than 5 years in prison, surely. There he is, Crazy Phil, Crazy Phil. Yacht Club Phil. What happened? God damn it. They might have paused the stream. We'll just have to spend some time looking at Crazy Phil. Crazy Phil. It is kind of unimaginable what this guy has had to endure for so long. Huh? I mean, in most cases, sure, you get unsolved murders and no one's arrested and blah, blah, blah. I mean, not too often for someone in Markel's position in society. You know, if it's some crackhead or some street hoe, you know, then the cops don't spend so much time on it. If they're in a high-risk lifestyle. But Professor Markel wasn't in a high-risk lifestyle, except for maybe those no-nonsense rabbis out of New Jersey. But poor old Phil, Crazy Phil, has had to deal with this for just so long. Oh, I think we got a PayPal, a very nice PayPal support donation from fantastic Amy. Thank you, Amy, for the PayPal. Yeah, all of our desperate support links: PayPal, Desperate Coffee, buymeacoffee.com. They're in the description. Also, check out our Desperate membership packages, because those are great. And they're not a con at all. There is actually value. Not to mention street cred. Oh, it's from Sally. Oh, well, thank you, Sally. Man, it's getting hot in here. You know, I don't know if I should close the window or the door or leave it open. What is going on with this freeze? The fuck? Okay, they must have stopped the video. Tallahassee Democrat. Yeah, they've stopped it. So, so yeah, I mean, what can we do? Hey, Amy, why don't you check what's going on? Phone up that Tallahassee Democrat. Oh, I just want to hear some background noise or something. Make me sick. I don't think so, Amy. I don't think so at all. It plays for a second. And then it goes off. I refuse to use Court TV. Has to be Tallahassee Democrat. Amy, feedback. What are they doing on Tallahassee Democrat? Because I go there, I play the video on their fucking channel, and it freezes in the same place. So are you saying that you can play it and something is happening on the screen? Because what is that thing? Screenshot. WhatsApp. Oh, Pretty Lies and Alibis.
DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right, and were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes.
Okay, as a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
We did. It was a criminal investigative unit for the state of Florida.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there, 7 years.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
And has much of that 20 years been doing white-collar crime investigations?
10 years I did white-collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay, and were these like multi-agency financial investigations for both state courts and federal?
There were several that were multi-agency investigations. I did both state and federal at the same time. But I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
You mentioned that you're a certified fraud examiner. What does that mean?
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial investigator, did you also receive in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
About how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness? Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of, I believe this is for
forensic accounting.
Forensic accounting.
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today. You may continue.
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records. Specifically was my first look at the records to analyze and detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak out in this hall and we're having problems hearing you?
Sorry. I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about, first kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review States Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Catherine Magbanaway's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review States Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Catherine Magbanaway?
I did.
Did you also review 76, State 76, which is Broward dermatology records for possible Magbanaway employment from there?
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review State 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Catherine Magbanaway, and 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
Okay, so a lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay. And were several of those accounts that more than one family member was on at a time?
Yes.
Did you also review credit cards for the Adelson family, specifically States 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did you also review States 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review States Exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review States 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review State 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review States 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Catherine Magbanwa from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review States 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into Mag? At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence States 68, 75, 76, 69, 77 through 80.
Is being offered.
Can I go through real quick, Judge?
Go ahead. Student, the clerk needs you to go through the item numbers one more time, please.
Sure. So we're going to have 69.
One moment. What does that sound? Once again, please turn the phones off or turn the sound off. I don't expect to hear any phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Dugan.
68, 69, 74 through 81, 82. I'm sorry, let's hold off on 81. So 74 through 80, 82, 106 through 111A.
Fulford, does the defense have an objection to these items being admitted?
I got out of number order. Can you just give me one more second, please? No objection, Judge.
The item numbers are admitted as previously stated with the exception of States 81. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iClouds as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received or kept their cash?
Yes.
All of the records that we talked about today so far, is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today this notebook, States 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move States Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
Any objection?
If I can just look real quick, Judge.
Go ahead.
Just a quick one to everybody that bought merch recently. Please send us pictures of you wearing the merch. Please send us pictures of you drinking from the merch. On Discord. Link in the description to our desperate Discord.
States everyone is admitted at this time.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite states 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the records and the witness's graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Okay. Now, the graphs that we see, we're not going to see portions of the records in the notebook on the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's kind of showing your work for each graph.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so you mentioned that one of the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
And what, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28, 2014, and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia on motorcycles?
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle?
Yes.
Looking at Luis Rivera's bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015, were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. All his bank checks were deposited into his account, but then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in, and then they would bounce because there wouldn't be any money in the account. So he had a lot of overdraft charges.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markel?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden left the money in the account, and then nothing overdrafted for about 4 months.
When was his last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markel?
It was 7/15/2014.
And you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of...
Yeah, the next overdraft didn't happen until November 1st of 2014.
And what do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of his bank account showing the overdrafts. The red bars are the overdraft amounts that happens, the number, on the specific days. And then you can see that big wide span in the middle where there's no red bars. And then it picks back up in the first part of November. I will add that even though it's not on this chart, that the car and the motorcycle was purchased in that section where there were no overdrafts.
So in the same section where there's no overdraft, he's also acquiring those vehicles, and he doesn't have any overdrafts from the time of the murder until about 4 months later.
That's correct.
And could that be indicative of him having another source of cash during that time?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Sigfredo Garcia. Tell us what you saw when you looked at the DHS-MV records for Garcia.
Yes, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer on July 26, 2014, a 1984 Monte Carlo on August 22nd, 2014, and a Nissan Maxima on October 17th, 2014.
Okay, so we didn't find a picture of the Maxima, but that's kind of how a Maxima of that style would look here?
Yes, it was a sedan.
Okay, and then the Monte Carlo is on the two-toe Dade account here?
Yes, that's correct, in blue.
Okay, and then we see his yellow motorcycle all the way to the right of the screen?
Yes.
And so those were all purchased within 3 months of the murder?
That's correct.
And can you tell us about Garcia's bank accounts?
There was not a bank account located during the time or shortly after the murder. He did have one, let's see, from June 15th to July 16th.
Okay, so from June of 2015 to July 2016, he established a bank account and maintained it.
Yes.
All right, and during that time, was he having paychecks being direct deposited?
Well, thank you, Janet Carroll. What did your name used to be? I know you're from Steel Town, but, what was it? JC. So now we know. Janet Carroll. Thank you for the comment, Janet.
Into that account?
Yes.
From what company?
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding at that time.
Okay. But before of June 2015, there were no bank records that we could find to review for Garcia.
There was no account located for him.
All right. And did he work regularly in 2014, around the time of the murder?
Actually, his employment record, at least with Coastal Masonry, was very sporadic. He worked 2 months from February of 9 to December of 2009. In April 2010 to July 2010, he worked 3 months. October from 2012 to August of 2013, he worked 10 months. In April of 14, he worked 1 month.
Okay, and we have no record of him being employed at the time of the murder.
No.
So both Luis Garcia and Luis Rivera and Garcia both worked for Coastal Masonry. Rivera's job was consistent and steady, and Garcia's was more sporadic.
Correct.
All right. For Catherine McBanois, did she already own a car according to the DHS-MV records at the time of the murder?
She did.
And
White Mazda.
what type of car was that?
That was
It was a white Mazda.
Here, I might be able to show you something to help move it along.
Sorry.
If you're having trouble finding it.
Yeah.
Did you, when you're reviewing the messages in this case, did you find some evidence that Charlie Adelson helped her financially with a car that she had in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and was that car, in these messages, did they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed, the parts alone are expensive, and she's asking, I need a loan, buddy, frowny face?
That's correct.
Okay, and does she say, you know, just imagine.
Oh my God, I have bad news. FML. What is that? FML. I'm terrible at this game. I have to take it back tomorrow, but the parts alone is expensive for both, so I need a loan, buddy. What a relationship. Wow! Imagine if I took it to another mechanic. Lol, you will be fine. I got you. I just texted Sully, my CC, my credit card. Stop paying for shit on your card. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good tip, isn't it? Don't leave a trail. Don't leave a digital record of all the shit you're paying for on my behalf that can be mapped to the VIN number of the vehicle registered in my name. Don't leave a footprint.
If I took it to another mechanic.
Yes.
All right. Did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a...
What's up with the sound, David? Someone else said sound. CDJ1313 said sound. Got it back. And now David Anderson Kirk says sound. What's with the sound? Is it not? Can you not hear me? Can you not hear the video? I mean, it just sound in general. I don't know what that means.
A friend of his that he would refer people, especially Catherine McBanois, to.
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Yes, it was.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond, LOL, you'll be fine, I got you. I just texted Sully my CC.
That's correct.
And she says, stop paying for S word, she misspells it, on your card?
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
It is.
Okay. So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
All right. In May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are, and it says it's a Mazda.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
And she's saying yes, she needs to take it ASAP?
Yes.
And what do we see here in November of 2015?
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card?
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Catherine McBanois words in green?
That's correct.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine McBanois let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on the next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card, but the actual payment was for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Catherine McBanois estimates, she says, just put $1,630, and Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put $1,650?
Yes.
So he offers, I'll even pay $30 more.
Yes.
And then she says it came out to $1,620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found the payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end of 2015, after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Catherine McBanois got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title. We looked up for the GHSMV records and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now, Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, can you go through what we see here?
This is where he's discussing on December 14, 2015, that he's canceling the Lexus insurance. And she said she would get to it. She has a kid, she would do it later. And then he says, I just paid for it.
Okay. And in these messages, when he says he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance today, on December 14th of 2015, does he say, just spoke to my mom, she's paying the insurance now, just please go this Saturday, smiley face?
Yes.
And that's when she's saying, I'll do it, I've got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
then does Charlie Adelson then say, just paid it, they'll prorate it back to us, just go Saturday, don't rush today? And she's saying, I'll take care of it, don't worry.
Yes.
Does he say, already paid it 5 minutes ago, just chill, you are still the best?
That's correct.
You mentioned the DHSMV records in this case. What do we see here?
This is showing that the title transfer between Harvey and Catherine.
And what date did this take place?
This says
let me see if I can zoom in a little.
January 23rd, 2016. It's on the right-hand side.
Right here?
Yes, January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus.
A 2001 Lexus?
Black four-door, that's correct.
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Yes.
How much did this DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to McBanois for?
$1,700.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine McBanois to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Yes.
Was there any check, or maybe she just...
She saved up in cash and kept the money under the mattress. What's wrong with you? Have an open mind.
Withdrew that amount of cash. Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
Were you able to find any deposit into, if she, let's say she already had that cash at home, any deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson Institute in that time to account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or list it as a gift on the title transfer?
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it makes the registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insured?
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for $3,000 but we agree to put $300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it.
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
I was trying to go to the next slide, but I think I got to zoom out first. What do we see here in Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
So this is a purchase of airline tickets for Catherine McBanois on March 6, 2015 for a flight to Santo Domingo, and that was $970.74.
And the passenger name is there at the bottom, Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
Okay, other than these $970 worth of airline tickets to Santo Domingo, were there other evidence of financial assistance or gifts?
Yes, there was.
Looking here on October 19th of 2015.
This is a set of text messages from Catherine, between Catherine and Charlie, that she's asking for, she wants to take her kids, I'm sorry. You don't have to look up with plane tickets. I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving. She wants to take her mom too. It's her 60th birthday. And at the bottom he asks, where do you want to take your mom?
Correct. This is a continuation of the text messages where she says she wants to do something nice for her mom, and she may have days off on Thanksgiving.
Does she offer the fact that maybe I'll rent an RV and drive cross country?
She does.
And then what does Charlie Adelson offer to do about halfway down this page?
To get her a cruise for her and her mom.
And she agrees. I was thinking about a cruise too?
Yes.
And then he discusses, perfect, they have really nice ones, y'all can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, come back on a Monday morning, and you won't miss work?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in October of 2015?
Yes.
And then does he continue?
And what are they going to do on there from fucking Friday to Monday when they go to their 2 ports? Drink, eat, shop, gamble. What else? Buy some horrible swimming pool with a bunch of screaming kids. Great.
You to offer in that text messages, I think it would be super cool for you to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4, comes back.
A Norwegian cruise? You're gonna fly to Norway to take a cruise for 3 days? What? Do people really do that? Has anyone done that in chat? Has anyone flown from the United States to Norway to take a fucking cruise for 3 days?
Back Monday at 7. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in that exchange, McBanois mentioned something she might want to do. Charlie Adelson is the one offering to do this.
Yes.
In this message from May of 2015 is Catherine McBanois saying she has a lot of things to pay for. She needs a little help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job. She says, I hate asking.
That's right.
And he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
That's correct.
And then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Catherine McBanois' account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit for her?
Yes.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her...
Oh, so Norwegian Cruise is like the name of the company? So they'll just be a boat that's part of the Norwegian Cruise Line, and that'll take you from Miami to, Tobago or whatever, I don't know.
Pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to lend or borrow fancy cars from him throughout these years.
Yes, he had a lot of supportive activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office, did Catherine McVanois have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
She did.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
The total credit was $4,608.
Looking at the records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
$4,400 was in cash, and then the $195 was on her credit card or debit card.
So what was the portion of that breast augmentation surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there corresponding withdrawals of cash from any of Catherine McVanois' accounts to
No.
reach $4,400?
No.
Or even $4,000?
No.
Around that time or before that time?
No.
Did you actually add up all her cash withdrawals from January 2014 to October of 2014, and they only totaled a little over $2,000?
That's correct.
And what date was her surgery?
Surgery was looks like it was July. It was October
of 2014.
2014. October 18th, 2014.
Okay. All right, now I want to focus on McVanois' bank records. Based on the bank records and employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Catherine McVanois may have worked or what business she received income from her bank records?
I did.
And what do we see here? Can you walk us through this?
So from the summary of the bank records, I was able to show through her deposits, her checks or employment that she had. So this is a schedule of the bank records from 2013 to 2016 showing her employment deposits.
And at the bottom here, do we see the name of each business that she received income from and the dates that she received income from those businesses?
Yes.
All right. Quintana Lopez, we see her at the bottom. Was she a realtor?
She was.
And we see another name, Jerome R. Obed. Was he a dermatologist who was a friend and former roommate of Charlie Adelson?
He is, or was.
Okay. And when, according to this, when did she work for Adelson Institute?
The first deposit that hit her account was October 7th, 2014, and the last one was May of 17 of 2016.
Okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this shows the horizontal bars show her employment time frame, and then the murder and the bump are also showed on as a time frame.
When was her last check from Sophie Dental Care, the dental company she was working at before the murder?
The first part of July 2014.
Okay, and then she didn't have any more checks, or didn't receive any more checks from them after that point?
That's correct.
Is there any record of her being employed anywhere at the time of the murder?
No.
And you said she began receiving checks from Adelson Institute about a little less than 3 months after the murder?
That's correct.
And she received checks from them until the last check was dated in May of 2016?
That's correct.
Did she receive any checks from any other company anytime between the time of the murder and when she received checks from Adelson Institute?
No.
And is Adelson Institute the Adelson family's dental practice?
It is.
Was it a financially successful dental practice?
Yes.
In 2012, did Charlie Adelson become the listed manager of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And then in 2015, did the articles of organization change from both Charlie and Harvey being listed managers?
Yes.
And what date was that in 2015?
October 2nd, 2015.
Okay. Now, even though Charlie was the manager beginning in 2012 to October of 2015, was Harvey Adelson still employed as a dentist at Adelson Institute?
He was.
And received checks from there?
Yes.
In 20...
Yeah, so nothing changed with the Adelson Institute. This whole thing about, oh, I thought it would be a good idea to buy it from my dad so that he could retire. Nothing changed. That was a little swindle, right? That was a little thing that they found a government support fund. If you register your new business in this district or whatever, then we're going to give you X amount for funding and this much in stationery and little bits of support, some government grant program that they found out about that said, hey, well, we don't qualify for that because the business is registered to Harvey Adelson, who's about to retire, and it's been registered to him for ages. So why don't we sell it to Charlie? Yeah. We've seen it 100 times.
16, in July of 2016, did it change to only Harvey being the listed manager and Charlie being a registered agent?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, throughout all those years, 2012 to 2016, did Donna Adelson have signing authority for the Adelson Institute?
She did.
And what does that mean?
She had the ability to move money without having someone else approve it.
Was there evidence from Charlie Adelson's iCloud in reference to how or why Magbanua began receiving income from Adelson Institute?
Yes, she was saying that she needed to show employment to get not only health insurance for her kid, but an apartment that she wanted to rent.
Okay, so looking at this text, is this a text from June 24th of 2014?
It is.
So this is about maybe 3 to 4 weeks before the murder of Dan Markell?
That's correct.
And in this text, does she say, baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' INS. Could that be short for insurance?
Insurance.
Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you or else I won't be able to get an apartment. Does she say that at 12:33 p.m.?
She did.
And what does he say back at 12:36?
No problem.
No prob, short for no problem?
No prob.
Okay. And is this a time when his mother is signing authority there?
That's correct.
And he's manager?
Yes.
And his dad is a dentist there?
Yes.
Now, during this time, was that Charlie Adelson's only form of income? Did he also have income from his other work as a periodontist?
Yes.
Okay. Would he receive income from other dental practices where he would travel around and do specialized work for them?
Yes.
And was that a successful periodontist practice?
Very successful.
I want to ask you about this text message. She says she needs employment to send a DCF for her kids' insurance, or if she moves later on. In order to rent an apartment, do people sometimes have to show proof of employment?
Yes.
In order to get public assistance, health insurance, do people need to show they're employed, but they don't make above a certain amount of money?
That's correct.
Did you review checks from Adelson Institute to Catherine McBanois?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks?
They were deposited into Catherine McBanois, sometimes in her checking, but a couple of times they went into her savings.
Okay, and they were coming out of Adelson Institute's business account with Regions?
Yes.
How many total checks were there from Adelson Institute to Catherine McBanois?
There was 44 checks.
What do we see here?
This is a list of the checks that she received from the Adelson Institute.
Okay, so this is a summary of the checks.
It is.
Okay, but in evidence, as we kind of went through earlier, all of this will be back there in case the jury wants to see specific things, but 682 is a copy back in front of every check. Here it is, that Catherine McBanois received from Adelson Institute?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so in the summary here, what's included?
So it's the first row, just a number. The second column is a dates, the date that it was posted to her bank account. The second column is a date of the check was written, and the check number, the payment amount, and what was in the memo column.
Were all of these checks deposited by Catherine McBanois into her account?
They were.
And who were each and every one of these checks signed by?
Donna Adelson was signing the checks.
Okay, are these examples of 3 of the checks in the exhibit?
It is.
Okay, but she signs all 44?
She does.
And you did say that she did have signing authority for the business during those years?
Yes.
In addition to signing these checks from McBanois, did Donna Adelson also sign all the other checks to the Adelson Institute employees, their front desk people, their hygienists, the dentists,
Yes.
all of the people who work there?
Yes.
Was she the person who did payroll every month?
That's correct.
And looking back at this summary, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was listed as manager again in October 2nd of 2015. Looking at this chart here, would that be just between number 26 and 27 there? At that point, he would become manager again?
Yes.
Okay, but all throughout the rest of the time, he worked there?
Yes.
Okay, so about 3/4 of the second chart we see, Harvey Adelson was manager during that time?
That's right.
For all those checks that were written?
That's correct.
And for both of those charts, Donna Adelson had signing authority?
Yes.
Who else had signing authority at Adelson Institute when these 44 checks were written?
There would have been Charlie and Harvey and her.
Yeah. None of those greedy minimum wage employees of ours, even if they have been with us since 1979. Doesn't this forensic analyst look like she could work at the Adelson Institute? She's kind of got that, you know, zombie, gormless, zombie, you know, I don't want to be rude or anything, but that kind of gormless zombie look, right? That same look.
When you reviewed the phone records in this case, the Donna Adelson...
Like if you told me that her sister was Clarita Labredo, I would say, yeah. I believe you. Totally. It wouldn't even be a question. It wouldn't even be like, are you sure that you've got the right sisters? I would just, yes.
Manage more than just the money at Adelson Institute? Did she also manage a lot of personal details of Charlie Adelson's life?
Yes.
Would she often book his travel as far as his plane trips, his hotels, whenever he wanted to take a trip?
Yes.
Would she remind him regularly to pay this bill on time, pay that bill on time, transfer this amount of money to this account? She helped him with all of his money.
Yes.
Did she kind of run his life, so to speak, as far as helping him keep up with the details of all of his day-to-day needs?
Yes.
When was the first check issued to Catherine McBanois here, looking at the summary?
The first check that shows up in her account is October 8th, 2014.
Okay, and what was the date on the check? Meaning the date that you're assuming that that's the check, that's the date that it's written.
Right. So the date that was on the check was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, and was that almost 2 months to the day from the murder of Dan Markell?
It was.
Was that, I guess, about 3 months after she asked to be employed by Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And how often did McBanois receive checks from the Adelson Institute after that?
2 times a month for almost 2 years.
Looking at these checks, can you show us? Do you have your clicker on the phone? I'll just ask you. On the bottom right of each check, where it says Donna Sue Adelson on these checks, is that the signature line?
It is.
Thank you. Checks are kind of becoming an ancient art form, so just in case we have any jurors who haven't written one. The amount is here?
Yes, that's the amount that's written the check for.
All right. And then the amount's written out here, and then you mentioned a signature line. I'm sorry, a memo line. Is this the memo line?
Yes, that's the memo line.
Okay, and what does this memo line say on these checks?
On, I believe, all of them, let me just look for a second. Almost all of them have a date range. There's a few that don't.
And would that date range be the pay period?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looking at these Adelson Institute checks to Catherine McBanois, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the memo line for each, do the time ranges for the pay periods vary?
Yes.
They're not all for the same amount of days, in other words.
They're roughly around a 2-week period.
Are all of the checks for the same amount?
All except for the first one, which appears to be a 1-week pay period instead of 2.
Okay.
It was $203.79, which is half of the $407.58.
And so for these red check marks, the red checks denote all of the checks that were for the same amount?
Yes.
Were some of the checks advanced pay?
They were.
And what does that mean?
That means that she actually would have received the check or deposited the check before the end of the pay period.
So the check is posted before the pay period on the memo line is complete?
Yes.
And were any of these checks sequential?
They were. And
what does that mean?
It means they were all the next in line check numbers, 25, 26, 27.
So going back to our picture of the checks, excuse me.
So
yeah. Are these 3 checks sequential here?
They are.
Okay, so 24, 25, 26.
Yes.
Let me go back to where we were. Since they were sequential, were they dated all at the same time, showing that they were written at all the same time?
No, they just have the sequential check numbers.
How many sequential checks did she receive in a row?
There was a total of 18 sequential checks. There's one set of 3, another set of 6, and another long set there. 1, 2.
Okay, so are these 3 checks
10.
sequential here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
Okay. And then are these 6 checks sequential?
that's correct.
And then these first 6 check marks, were these sequential?
They were.
And then the final 3 here, checks that she received, are they sequential?
They are.
So this isn't 9 sequential checks, it's a set of 6 sequential checks and then another set of 3 sequential.
That's correct.
Okay. We talked about the ones that were sequential. Are there also a lot of the checks that are not sequential?
Yes,
And if they are not sequential, does that mean that those checks appear to have been written in the normal course of payroll?
it would appear so.
So when you're looking at the records, she may be check 1,000, and then another employee, a hygienist, might be check 1,001. Harvey Adelson might be check 1,002, and a front desk employee might be check 1,003.
That's correct.
And are the ones that are not sequential, do they not have a check mark in the summary in the sequential column?
That's correct.
For this last column, Catherine McBanwell, known schedule. You said earlier that except for the first check, they were all the same amount, all 44. We know that she received a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014. Was she receiving checks at that time in October of 2014? Was McBanwell receiving checks?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute during that time to reflect needing time off from a major surgery?
No, there was not.
After her surgery, was there any decrease in the amount she received from Adelson Institute that might reflect her being off or having a reduction in pay?
No.
Does the the date range in the memo section appear to be every 8 to 10 days, kind of like the other ones do?
Yes.
During that time. Now, what about the time of her trip? We saw she went to Santo Domingo on March 22nd of 2015.
There's no reduction in her pay.
So nothing to reflect time off for going to another country during that time?
No.
No decrease in the amount she received for him having paid for it?
That's correct, no decrease.
What other records did you receive with respect to Catherine McBanwell's employment at Adelson Institute?
There was a subpoena that was issued for any and all employment records, and what we received back was a simple QuickBooks summary that you see there.
So this is the QuickBooks summary here?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the subpoena ask for any and all records of her employment from Adelson Institute?
It did.
Did the records, did they come with an employment application or timesheets or W-2s or tax filing records, performance evaluations, anything like that?
No.
A job description?
No.
Just this QuickBooks sheet?
That's correct.
What time period does this sheet cover?
This covers from the September 18th, 2014 to March 31st of 2016.
In your time doing forensic accounting, have you seen subpoenas for any and all employment records?
I have.
When a person has been employed with a business for 2 years, do you usually see some of those things I just listed out?
Yes.
Okay. So was it a surprise to you to just receive this QuickBooks printout?
Yes.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute's QuickBooks records that they handed over to law enforcement when they received the subpoena?
It's at the top, March 31st, 2016.
Okay, so according to their records, the last payment they made to her was on 3/31 of 2016.
That's correct.
When you looked at Catherine McBanwell's account, were there any additional checks after March 31st of 2016 that were paid to her by Adelson Institute?
Yes, there were 3 additional checks that did not show up on the QuickBook records.
Looking at this graph, is this the 3/31/16 check that was dated and posted the same day?
Yes.
And so these would be the 3 checks that were deposited after March 31st?
Yes.
Does the date, do these 3 dates reflect the dates on those checks? Written? The
Yes.
dates written. And these would be the dates that Meg Banwell posted them to her account?
That's correct.
And the date range appears that her working period there were these 3 lines.
That's right.
Was the last check deposited into her bank account dated on May 12th, 2016 and posted on May 17th of 2016?
Yes.
If Garcia was arrested on May 25th of 2016 and the last check to Meg Banwell was May 12th, did it appear that she did not receive any checks according to her records after he was arrested on May 25th?
That's correct.
What was the total net amount received by Meg Banwell from Adelson Institute from September 2014 to May 2016?
The net amount that went into her account was $17,729.73.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit more about this timing. Are you familiar with what law enforcement called the bump on April 19th of 2016?
I am.
All right. Looking at these last 3 checks that were deposited into her account, was there evidence of a check later than those in sequence that was actually posted to the bank account before the bump on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the check here to Harvey Adelson on April 4th?
That's correct.
And that would have been before the bump?
It would.
But after in sequence of Meg Banwell's checks?
Yes.
So is it possible, given the sequence, that Donna Adelson stopped writing Meg Banwell checks after she was approached by the agent during the bump?
It appears that way.
Looking at Meg Banwell's income from 2013, how much cash did she deposit into her bank account for that year, the year before the murder of Dan Markell?
$13,035.
Looking at 2014, the year that Dan Markell was murdered, how much cash did she deposit into her account that year?
$46,820.
And were cash deposits the largest or the highest source of income for her that year?
It was.
And is that depicted here by the red part of the pie graph?
It is.
How much income, or how much percentage of her income did she receive from Adelson Institute that year?
4%.
Okay, and that's depicted by the yellow portion of the pie chart?
It is.
And that was the year that she started receiving paychecks. The first one posted to her account was in the beginning of October.
Correct.
Okay. And then she received them every 2 weeks after that for the rest of the year. Is that right?
That's right.
Combined with Adelson Institute was 68% of her income from either Adelson Institute or cash deposits that year?
Yes.
Moving on to 2015, the year after Dan Markell's murder, what was the total amount of cash deposits for that year?
$26,523.77.
Was that about 51% of her income?
It is.
Was about 20% of her total income from Adelson Institute that year at a little over $10,000?
Yes.
And a little over $5,000 at 10% of her income was her income from Dr. Obed's dermatology practice?
It was.
Okay, and he was Charlie Adelson's roommate?
That's right. They were good friends.
Okay, so about 81% of her total income was from Adelson Institute cash or an Adelson friend, Dr. Obed, that year?
Yes.
Looking at 2016, how does the amount of cash you deposited that year, this is now 2 years after the murder of Dan Markell and the year that the bump took place in April, the first part of that year.
Mm-hmm.
How does her cash deposits compare that year to the two previous years?
It's $11,921.33.
So significantly less?
Yes.
And same for Adelson Institute. She stopped receiving checks in April or May of that year, according to her bank account.
That's right.
What do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of the cash that went into her accounts by year.
And did you track every single one of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Which year, looking at 2013 to 2016, had the most cash deposits?
The year of the murder, 2014.
Was 2014 about 3 times as much as the prior year?
Yes.
And about twice as much as the next year?
Yes.
What do the graphs at the bottom represent?
It's just another visual depiction, a circular graph of the cash.
How much the cash was a percentage of her total income?
Yes.
How much of a percentage of her total income
Yes.
the cash was? Thank you. And it was the highest source of her income in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is adding on the other, the Adelson Institute checks that are in the yellow highlights, and then Dr. Obed, his roommate, was in the purple.
Showing the total amounts from all those sources, and then the percentage of her income all of those sources were.
Yes.
You said that 2014 was the year that Meg Banois had the most amount of cash deposited into her account. What does this graph depict?
So this is a line graph showing the level of cash for each month, and then they're connected. The dots are connected by a line for you to have that visual look, the visual representation.
And was the month in 2014 that she had the most cash deposited into her account August?
It was.
The month after Dan Markell was murdered?
Yes.
And the second and third highest month, October and July?
That's right.
That would be the same month that she started receiving income from Adelson Institute, and the same month as her breast augmentation in October for number 2?
Yes.
And number 3 being the month of the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes.
When you compared 2014 to the amount of cash she received in all 3 years, were those 3 months still the highest amounts of cash she received in all 3 years?
Yes.
August, October, and July of 2014?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is all of the cash she received depicted by the bar graph for all 3 years?
It is.
What do we see here?
So this is a composite graph showing both her employment, that are the horizontal bars show her employment, and that line graph showing the cash deposits that went into her account. Kind of just represents that she was receiving cash when she was not being employed.
Okay, so these bars are the employment chart that we already saw, right?
Yes.
The red is all of the cash she received throughout those 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, and then is this black line the date of the murder of Dan Markell?
It is.
And this other black line the date of the bump?
That's right.
What was the amount of cash deposits in the year before Dan Markell's murder for Catherine Meg Banois?
The year before was $15,600.
And what were the total cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder?
12 months after was $44,963.
So about 3 times as much as
Yes.
the year before?
Yes.
What is this cash spike?
The cash spike was August, 13,200.
And that was the most cash she received?
All in 1 month, yes.
Is there any record of her being employed when she had that cash spike in August of 2014?
No.
And how much did she deposit in the 6 weeks after Markel's murder?
She deposited $17,300.
And that was during a time when there's no record of employment. There's a break in these bar graphs?
That's correct.
And the next bar graph is her income from Adelson Institute?
It is.
And then the month after that is the breast augmentation in October?
Yes.
Okay. You told us earlier that you analyzed Adelson Institute along with the bank account records of Donna, Harvey, Charlie, and Wendy Adelson. Well, first I want to show you a contract that's been shown to defense for the purchase by Wendy Adelson of a home, I won't say the whole address, but on Whittendale Drive in Tallahassee. Okay? And what date did she sign this to purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
It's listed as $371,000.
Did Wendy Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Whittendale?
Yes.
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
Oh, she could do that comfortably, for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendy Adelson, have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes.
Did each of the members of the Adelson family have the means in their respective accounts in 2014 to pay the $130-something thousand, let's say $140,000? Is that money that's available for withdrawal? I'm not talking about homes or properties or cars or other assets.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount, would those means obviously not include cash that is not deposited in any bank, right?
That's right.
We wouldn't know that amount.
Right.
Based on your review of Adelson Institute's records and messages in this case, did the Adelsons prefer to be paid in cash for their services at Adelson Institute, or did they prefer a credit card or check?
It appeared that they preferred cash.
Okay, were there lots of messages where they discuss giving discounts for cash, certain clients being willing to pay cash, and that being preferred?
Yes.
Are these just some of the examples?
Just some of them, yes.
Were there messages in the Adelson family's records where they discuss having cash and how they store their cash?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to this text message we see here on the screen. Can you read these messages to us? And these are from 2011, but what I'm looking for here is dimensions of cash and how the cash is kept, if you could read those for us.
Okay. So the first block is from Donna. It says, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your office account for us to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of it today. You can call, I am home, or text me, whatever is best for you. I love you, honey, Mom."
And he says no problem?
He says no problem.
Okay. So here, do they discuss having large amounts of cash and keeping it in piles in a safe.
Yes.
Were there other messages besides this one in the records where they discuss things, cash being in the safe or piles in the safe?
Yes.
Is this just one example?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, is it common for Donna Adelson to move money around between the Adelson family accounts?
Yes.
And does this safe appear to be at a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, that's speculation.
On the rule, you may answer based on your review of the records if you are capable, Ms. Hall.
Could you restate the question?
From the messages here, control of it?
Yes.
Just a second.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions, okay?
Okay.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and or Harvey Adelson?
I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards.
An Amex and Capital One?
Yes, ma'am.
The car that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name that shows that Catherine McBanois paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have been a cash transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 15-year-old car, right?
Yes.
And it had over 150,000 miles on it, right?
I'd have to look, but I think you're right.
Would you like to look?
If you want me to be exact.
I just want to make sure I can't testify, so I need to make sure that you do.
Sure, hold on a second. Says odometer was 17,058 miles.
Ma'am, I think that's the original, last time it had been checked. The mileage at the time of the transfer would be down lower on the bottom.
Oh my, I can't hardly see it from this one. It's either 140,000 or 160,000.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his travel periodontist work that he was doing for different dentists, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware from your analysis that the cash discount that was offered at Adelson Institute was simply the same amount as what they would be charged if someone used a credit card for the fee of 5%? So the difference in the discount was if you paid by cash or check, so there wasn't a credit card fee, they gave them a 5% reduction.
There was no explanation in the text messages to say why there was a discount for cash.
Okay. And you can't say what their deposits were in cash at Adelson Institute, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you mentioned that sometime in 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2016, correct?
I believe you are correct, but I'll look at the date. Harvey becomes manager in 2016.
Okay, and you would agree with me that there's a difference between being a manager and being an owner, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until 2020 that Harvey actually became the owner of the business again, according to the records that you reviewed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Just one moment, please.
Take your time.
Nothing further.
Any redirect examination?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Defense counsel asked if the cash discounts mentioned in the text messages were from Charlie's traveling periodontist work, or did the cash discounts, are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw listed in Adelson Institute payroll?
It is.
Okay. The only other thing I had was on direct, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was taken off as manager in 2012. He continued working there as a dentist, but then on October 2nd of 2015, he became manager again. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in 2015, were Harvey and Charlie both managers?
That's correct.
Okay. In October of 2015.
Yes.
But then in 2016, July of 2016, only Harvey's a manager then at that point. Charlie has now dropped off to a registered agent.
That's right.
And these are on their articles of incorporation.
Yes.
Okay. They could still be both working there as dentists and have their own understanding of their role in the practice, but we're talking about what's listed on the articles of incorporation.
Right.
Okay. So it went from Harvey and Charlie both being managers in October of 2015. Magbanoa still getting checks through the spring of 2016.
That's right.
And then after the arrest in 2016, Harvey Adelson becomes manager in July. Charlie is now a registered agent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled?
I don't plan to, Judge, but if you could just remain under the rule just in case, you can go about her business though.
Very well. Please do not discuss with anyone else the substance of your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors need to take a restroom break? The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Everyone can be seated. We will resume with the next witness at 2:25. If Mrs. Adelson needs to use the restroom, now would be the time. Yeah, I'm ready when they are. Ms. Kappelman, who will be the next witness?
Yes.
What about Charlie Adelson? What was his role there?
Charlie was our periodontist. He's a dentist.
Dentist, okay. And the 40 years that you worked there, you worked for Harvey Adelson all of those 40 years?
Yes.
Was there also an employee during, and I'm talking about the years 2014 to 2016, in addition to yourself, Dr. Harvey Adelson, Dr. Charlie Adelson, was there also an employee named Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her role?
She worked up front and she was Charlie's assistant.
Okay. And we talked about Donna Adelson and her role. What about, did you have a hygienist named Amy?
Yes, we always had a hygienist.
Okay. Were there any other employees that you can think of during that time at the Adelson Institute other than the ones I just named?
No.
Any other dentists besides Harvey and Charlie?
No.
You mentioned that Charlie is a periodontist. Did he also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he in the Adelson Institute office? Ballpark.
Once a month.
Okay, so one time a month he's going to serve his clients for the Adelson Institute, and other than that, he's traveling around to all different offices.
Yes.
Who was the boss at the Adelson Institute? Understanding, who did you think was the boss?
Dr. Harvey Adelson.
What were the Adelson Institute's business hours? Did y'all have Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5?
Monday
was
11 to 7.
Okay. Was that Wednesday?
It was Wednesday.
And then off on Fridays?
We were off on Friday.
And no work on Saturday or Sunday?
No.
Who had access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or would know anything about?
No.
How do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work done there?
Yes.
Okay. Was she like a regular or just came in once or twice?
Once or twice.
Did you ever see her at Adelson Institute doing anything other than being a patient that once or
No.
one time or two times? Okay. Did you ever see her working at the Adelson Institute?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
By checks.
And how often?
Every 2 weeks.
Did you ever get paid for weeks of work prior to completing your work?
Yes.
When would that happen? When might you get advance pay or get more than one paycheck at a time?
If they were going away on vacation, then we would get the checks before.
They being?
I mean, Judge Adelson and Donna.
Okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
right,
they're going to go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
Right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
No.
Were you ever aware of any Adelson Institute employee in the history of the 40 years you were there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
Did the Adelson Institute back in 2013 to 2016, did y'all have a cleaning service?
Yes.
And would the cleaning service, was it a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Was Catherine McVanoa the wife part of that team?
No.
Do you remember back in 2016, okay, when 2 law enforcement officers came to Adelson Institute and were asking some questions?
Yes.
Okay, and were they asking questions about Catherine McVanoa?
Yes.
Did you, since you didn't know anything, did you refer them to Erica Johnson, another employee?
Yes.
Okay. And did Erica Johnson speak with them?
Yes.
Prior to court today, did you have an opportunity to listen to States 100, which is the recorded call that you were played, which was a conversation between a man and a woman? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding. I've got to ask you. When you listened to that conversation, did you recognize the voices in States 100?
Yes.
Who was the woman in the call?
Erica Johnson.
Okay. And you said she was an employee at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And one of her roles was being Charlie's assistant?
Yes.
And did you say she also kind of works in the front office?
Yes, she did.
All right. Who was the male voice on States 100?
Charlie.
Charlie Adelson?
Charlie Adelson.
And did you work with both of them for many years?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I'm not going to admit States 100. I just wanted to lay that foundation, and we will seek to admit it through another witness later in the trial. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I want to direct your attention back to time frame of 2013, 2014. Did the office have an old style answering machine?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd play a recording if somebody didn't pick up?
Yes.
Okay, and you had to go to the machine and play the messages at the machine?
Correct.
Okay. In your 40 years of knowing my client, Mrs. Adelson, did she ever speak badly about Dan Markel?
No.
Isn't it true that you would call the Adelson family, Donna and Harvey, a hardworking family?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Any redirect to the witness?
Back during that time period, if a patient were to call Adelson Institute and it was closed, maybe because it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, would that call be routed to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. And then would the voicemail be able to be checked from there? If it's checked by someone in the office, that would be Monday morning.
Yes.
Do you know who else had access to that voicemail?
No.
You and Donna Adelson had a friendly relationship throughout your time at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Were you, did you socialize or spend time together outside of work, or was your friendly relationship at work?
At work.
Okay. So while at work, you never heard her say anything negative about Dan Markel?
No.
But you didn't spend time with her outside of the office?
We've gone out on occasions, but...
Not regularly?
I'm sorry?
Not on a regular basis?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
May I step down? Will the witness be recalled at all?
No, sir. She can be released. Thank you.
You are released from your subpoena. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Catherine McManus.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Everyone can be seated. I see. Yes. Go ahead. Preemptively, before this comes up during the testimony, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to remind you again not to have any emotional reactions while the testimony is going on. No head shaking, no nodding, nothing to indicate that you either disagree or agree with what's happening. Do you understand?
Yes.
Judge, our next witness after McManus is going to be Sergeant Corbett, and he will need just a second to get situated. So, is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
So how long the McManus will take as a witness? Do you believe we will still get Sergeant Corbett today?
We have until 5:30.
You can remain seated for right now. Please check if the jurors are ready.
Jury entered courtroom.
Mr. Benoit, please remain standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Yes.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, Katherine
Ms. Magbanua, are you in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
For what? By in your own defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that testimony, did you testify that essentially we had it right about everyone else, but you were in the dark, you weren't involved in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that true?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't have to testify in your own defense. You could have chosen to remain silent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified also in the trial in which Garcia was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing there. You testified you did not tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why then come now with a different story?
I think that the truth needed to come out and the people responsible needed to get arrested.
Okay. Are you hoping to get something out of this?
I would eventually like to see my children again one day.
And are you hoping that something can be done for you even after being sentenced?
Yes, ma'am, I'm hoping so.
Okay. Have you been promised anything
No,
in
ma'am,
exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
No, ma'am, nobody.
Okay. Has anybody told you what you need to say here today?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody told you, well, you need to implicate a certain person?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity in this case to come forward with the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Why did you not take that opportunity?
Well, in the first trial, I was tried with Secretary Garcia, and he was facing the death penalty, and I just couldn't do it.
Okay, because the truth would implicate your child's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the second time?
I've been living a lie this whole time, and it was just so hard to come out with the truth that I kept fighting.
Did anybody threaten you or harm you to prevent you from coming forward with the truth?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever promised anything by anyone to, if you'll just remain silent, we'll pay for your kids' education or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in the death of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have it right? Were you the middleman between the shooter and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who solicited you to become involved in this?
Charlie.
Who was he to you at that time?
We were dating at that time.
When did you start dating Charlie Adelson?
We started dating around 2013 when I was working for Sophie Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you stop dating him?
Probably towards the beginning of 2015.
Okay. Was there a period of time where it kind of wasn't clear whether you were still with Charlie or dating Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and Garcia is your child's father, right?
Yes.
And what's your history with him? How long were you together?
I've been with Sigfredo Garcia since I was about 18 years old.
All right, so a lot of history there.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that you're on again, off again quite a few times throughout your history together.
Yes, ma'am.
And during one of those off times, is that when you started seeing Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then toward the end of Charlie Adelson, there was a little bit of overlap with the two men.
Yes, ma'am.
And that sort of is in the middle of the time frame that we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Charlie Adelson first bring this idea up to you that I'm looking for someone to harm my brother-in-law?
This was around October. What stuck out in my head was on Halloween on October 31st.
Okay. And what year was that?
That was 2013.
Okay. And so on Halloween, what is your memory of what y'all were doing that night that you're able to remember that happened that night?
Well, we were out in Lincoln Road. It was like a kind of like a block party in Lincoln Road. And then when we were getting ready to get into our cars, he jumped into my car, and he basically suggested that do I know anybody that can harm someone?
Okay. And were those the words you used, harm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know somebody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, Sigfredo was the first person that kind of popped in my head.
Okay, I want to approach and show you an exhibit. This is States 36. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate photograph of you and Charlie Adelson when you all were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence, States 36, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
States 36 is admitted. You may.
Where was this photograph taken?
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
I believe that was his birthday.
Charlie's birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
October 27th, I believe.
And y'all drove down to the Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been just a few days before he broached this subject of harming someone to you on Lincoln Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware of him sending this photograph to his sister that night?
No, ma'am.
That day? Why would he think that you knew somebody that could harm someone?
Why would Charlie think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I've spoken about Sigfredo, just kind of the situations that we were having, and
so he knew a little bit about your ex's criminal history?
I might have mentioned something along the way, yes.
What did Sigfredo Garcia know about Charlie Adelson?
At that time, I don't think he really knew of him yet.
Okay. At some time, did he become aware that you had started dating someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there's one phone call in the phone records that we're going to hear more about with the next witness. It's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. Do you know anything about that phone call?
Yes, ma'am. There was a bit of an altercation between Charlie and Sigfredo. I believe prior to that, like a couple hours before that, where like he saw us leaving and then he kind of blocked off where I was like residing. Like we were already in the car, me and Charlie were, and he stopped and started screaming some stuff, but we didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay, so when you first started dating Charlie back sometime shortly before around Halloween of 2013, or October of 2013.
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
right? Garcia didn't know about it.
I
But
believe
it's-
he didn't know
Okay,
anything about
but
it.
at
yeah.
some point he learned and was jealous and there was a confrontation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does that confrontation explain a phone call to Harvey Adelson?
I think he was trying to contact Charlie, and maybe he somewhat probably Googled, tried to find, and that's the number that he had gotten, which was.
Okay, maybe he was looking for Dr. Adelson or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there's no connection between Garcia and any member of the Adelson family other than you?
No, ma'am.
Who is Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo Garcia's friend.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
For a number of years, over a decade probably.
Okay. Why did you agree when Charlie asked you to enlist somebody to harm someone? Why did you agree to do that?
Oh, at that time, Charlie knew that I was going through financial situations, so I guess he thought, hey, you can make some money.
You needed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And Garcia and Rivera, they were also motivated by money, right?
Of course.
Did Charlie Adelson tell you why he wanted to harm Dan Markel?
At that time, no, ma'am.
What did you learn about Dan Markel over the course of your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Well, through the course, he was just mentioning that his parents were going through it, that his sister was going through it, that, he basically painted a bad picture of Mr. Markel, and since he knew that I was going through stuff with Sigfredo, it was kind of, I was like sympathizing with his sister because I know how it feels to go through.
Okay,
turmoil.
so you knew that his sister was having a terrible time with her ex.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had some things going on with Garcia that felt relatable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what does it mean that his parents are going through it?
He just said that they couldn't sleep, that at some point I think somebody was throwing up. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, and that it was just becoming a big problem to them.
Okay, and the big problem was Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
From my recollection, it was from the dental office.
And why did you go to the dental office?
I needed some cavities and teeth whitening done.
Is that the only time you ever met Donna Adelson?
From my recollection, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did she know you were dating her son when she met you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were things cordial between you at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss anything beyond greetings and pleasantries?
No, ma'am.
After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him, he would mention here and there.
How often were you seeing each other during this time frame?
Probably, I had children, so I always, if I could get out and I can find a babysitter, I'd go over to his house, or we'd have dinner and hang out.
Okay, would that be like once a week, 3 times a week, once a month?
About 2 times a week.
2 times a week. And would you stay over or would you just go for dinner?
Sometimes I would stay over, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying when you would go over there and hang out with him, sometimes there would be further conversation about this potential job where you're going to be paid to hire someone or enlist someone to harm Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you learn any more details about what needed to be done?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any details.
And so he would just continue to say the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. He would just tell me that they were going through hard times.
Okay, so the conversations typically were my family is really suffering under this situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained. Did not answer the question. Please refrain.
In these conversations, are you asked, like, have you secured anyone? Are you asked further questions about who's going to be doing it?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell him, like, yes, I can do it?
Yes, I just agreed to it.
Okay.
That I had somebody.
All right. And during these conversations with Charlie Adelson, was there ever a time when he's in the middle of these conversations with you about what's going to happen, speaking to his mother?
Sometimes he would get on the phone, he'd kind of look at me weird, and then just step out of the room and discuss whatever he needed to discuss.
You objected, she's going to give any information about what was discussed outside of presence.
Overruled. She is talking about what took place, not the substance of the conversation itself. You may continue.
All right, so he would step out, have a conversation with his mother, and then come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you would resume the conversation about.
Yeah, he would just kind of go off again, saying that this needed to be taken care of, and what his family was going through.
All right. How many times did this particular situation happen where you were discussing what would eventually become the murder, and his mother was interjected in that way that you just described?
How many times did I think he stepped out and speak to him? A number of times.
More than twice?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 5 times?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was like a regular part of the way this worked whenever this conversation came up?
Yes,
he would
ma'am.
consult his mother and come back and speak to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever relay to you, you know, my mom says whatever?
He didn't. He never specifically said what he spoke to his mom about. No.
Okay. But did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you learn this isn't going to be just harming, like, I don't know, maybe punch him in the face or something. It's going to be a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know specifically when you learned that?
There was an envelope that Charlie had given me one day that I went over to his house, and he told me not to open it, and that he had worn gloves to close it, and that was basically it. And that I was the understanding of to pass it on to whoever I knew could take care of it.
Okay, and when it's pass it on to whoever you knew, the name Sigfredo Garcia is used or is not used?
No, it was never used.
Okay, and is that, when we're talking about this conspiracy in general terms, are you in general trying to insulate the co-conspirator on this side of you from the one over here?
Yes, ma'am. I was basically in the middle.
So you don't talk about Charlie to Sigfredo, and you don't talk about Sigfredo to Charlie?
No, ma'am.
But they both
knew that it was to them, yes.
Okay. He said he wore gloves when he put whatever he put in the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so he told you, don't open it, don't touch what's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what kind of envelope was it?
It was a manila envelope.
Was there any writing on the envelope or anything on the outside?
No, ma'am. It was blank.
All right. So the envelope goes into your diaper bag, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you take it and Sigfredo gets it from you?
Yes. Well, eventually when I came home, because I usually have that diaper bag, that's like my little weekend bag. And when I came home, I contacted Sigfredo and I was like, hey, I have a package for you. Just come by whenever you can.
Did you open it and see what was inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson say anything to you about where he printed the documents that were contained inside?
He did mention that he would never, he's like, oh, I didn't print this in my, the office that he had in his home. Probably printed in one of the offices that he worked at.
Because he would frequent a bunch of different offices,
yes,
right?
Ma'am.
Okay. All right, so you gave this package to Garcia. And did he open it in your presence?
No, ma'am. He literally took it and left out the door.
All right. And had you talked to him beforehand about, hey, I'm going to give you some instructions about a job?
No, there was no conversation about it. Basically, just I have that package, and then he took it.
But how
and
did he
left.
know what the package was? Had you talked to him at all about, hey, I got a job for you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Like I told him that, that I have potential person that needed to, get harmed or beat up from my understanding at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the June trip. In June, did you provide Garcia with any money for expenses associated with that June trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the money from to give to Garcia?
From Charlie.
Okay, how much money was it?
For my recollection, it was a couple $100, less than $5, maybe.
So this was just for like gas and whatever was needed to get to Tallahassee and back?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know where he was going. I didn't know about
Okay,
Tallahassee.
but you knew it was for this job that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at that point you knew it was a murder because the envelope had been passed, right?
Yes, the envelope was passed towards kind of like in the beginning of the year, so we're already in June at that time.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, for the job that he had told me about, and that they needed to either scope it out or, just funds to get out of town.
Okay. So your understanding was the first mission to Tallahassee, or you didn't know it was to Tallahassee, but the first trip that needed funds was going to be like a scoping trip, not to actually accomplish the murder.
Yeah, to my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you give that money to Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after the June trip happened, how did Charlie Adelson react to, I guess, just things not progressing along very quickly with this job?
Well, since I guess nothing happened and something was to happen, he was like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. So Sigfredo didn't tell me anything. He's just MIA again, because he just kind of goes in and out of my life.
So sometimes he'd be hard to reach.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you worried that like maybe he'd taken this few $100s and now he's gone off the grid and I can't really give any information to Charlie about what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you getting any pressure put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time, like between, and I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip?
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why hasn't anything been happening? What's going on?
And were you then in turn putting some pressure on Garcia to get it done, make it happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you relay the message to the killers that the victim was going to be going out of town the day after he ultimately was killed?
No, ma'am. I had no knowledge.
You didn't know anything about Dan Markel's travel schedule?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether his travel schedule was contained in the documents inside that manila envelope?
I would think a lot of information was there because for some reason, Sigfredo knew information and Charlie knew information, and that's why the whole confusion was on me. And it's
okay. But you don't know what was in there. You didn't look at it, and you didn't relay that message about the travel.
No, ma'am. I had no knowledge of it.
All right. I want to show you a text that was sent between the June trip and the murder trip. It's 86C. There's a text message where you are asking Charlie Adelson to put you on the payroll, basically, you need to be able to show that you're working. Do you remember sending that text message?
To Charlie?
Yes.
I believe so, if you can show me.
I will.
Okay.
Was there a reason that you wanted to be at least part of your payment for this to be through the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Well, I was going through like insurance purposes for my son, so I needed to be put on payroll so that I can show that I was making a certain amount of money.
Okay. But it couldn't be too much money, right?
Yeah, it couldn't be too much money.
All right. And so, were you actually doing any work for your payment at Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I was not.
I'll show you this. I'm just gonna publish it. This judge is going to be in 81, and I can't read the slide number. This is in evidence, so you can see it when I publish it. Alright, so take a moment to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, so here you're asking him, I need help on the employment. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to getting on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you all had talked about before you sent this text, or is this the first he's hearing about it?
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know what you're talking about when you say, I'm going to need help on the employment?
I guess he just figured, since he has an office, that he'd be able to help me.
Okay, and he says no problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he actually put you on the payroll at this time? This is June.
At that time, I'm not 100% if I was already on payroll. Not yet, I don't think so.
The evidence indicates that you didn't receive your first paycheck until approximately 2 months after the murder was completed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so did you feel like you could ask for this before the job was done because you knew you were getting the job done?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, was the payments that you received from the Adelson Institute part of your compensation for your arranging of this murder?
I would think so, yes, ma'am.
What do you mean you would think so? It's yes or no question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, he wasn't going to put you on the payroll for no reason, was he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in most or all the checks were after the breakup? You had broken up before you received the first check, right?
That I already, I wasn't talking to Charlie as much anymore? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, September, after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
When did you meet her?
I had dinner with her one time in Yardbird and another time at the beach.
Yardbird, is that a restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the occasion where Wendy was with her boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you ever met Wendy?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet her again?
Yes, I met her in the beach around, I think, Father's Day.
The photo that we've seen, State's Exhibit 35, publishing. Is that the second time you met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever discuss the murder with Wendy Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever discuss Dan Markell's schedule with her?
No, ma'am.
So the only person you talked about it with at all was Charlie and Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the July trip, once the murder was done, did you receive a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were the two men looking to get their money for the murder?
I don't know what my conversation was with Sigfredo, but I did speak to him on the phone.
But you understood that you needed to get the money, right, and pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me that there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the accident was a reference to the shooting of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was not an accident, right?
No, ma'am.
When you get there, how is Charlie acting?
He was pretty frantic, just pacing back and forth, and he had a gun in his hand.
Okay, was that unusual behavior for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything about his parents when you arrived at his house that night?
He told me that his parents just left.
Did you end up staying the night there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you planning on spending the night there?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay, originally was your plan to get the money and take it to the two men that killed Mr. Markell?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right, what happened the next morning?
Well, since that night, since he was like pacing back and forth and he had given me a Xanax, that's why I fell asleep.
Okay,
And that's why
did he
was,
take Xanax as well?
Yes, ma'am, he took one as well.
Okay. And the next morning, did something happen with the money?
Yes, ma'am, so I woke up, I was like, I gotta get out of here, and he told me that the money is in the trunk of my car.
All right, and was the money in the trunk of your car?
I actually did not check it. I just got my keys and left.
So you believed him that it was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to where you were going, where did you go to deliver the money?
I was trying to contact Sigfredo and had a hard time trying to contact him. And then I eventually ended up in the alleyway of where Luis lived at that time.
At Luis Rivera's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia show up there when you pulled up there?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in my car. I didn't know where he came from.
All right, and was he able to get the money?
Yes, I told him that his money was in the trunk of the car.
And he was able to remove it, and you observed him removing it, and the money was there?
Yes, ma'am. He went to the back, grabbed it, and then I saw him. He left.
How did you get your cut of the money?
I don't know if it was later on that night that he came back to my apartment, or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut. It was just basically, it was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right, so the inner thing was a Ziploc bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
It was, okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple days after the fact, it was wet and starting to mold.
The money itself was damp to the touch?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and did you ever mention that fact to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him, why is the money wet?
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or you didn't?
That I did.
Okay, and when you contacted him and said the money's wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet, did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me, that his mom washed the money.
That she physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later. You're not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also got these paychecks that we've talked about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did over the ensuing time, from the time of the murder up until the time of what we've referred to as the bump, are you familiar with that law
Yes,
enforcement operation? Okay. In that time frame, did you get some other gifts and things from Charlie?
Between that time?
Yes. Plane tickets, things like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you deny getting any type of gift or favor from Charlie Adelson other than the cash that you got?
I don't know if like specifically any type of favors. If I was going through, I was having problems with the car that I had purchased from him. So he would get that fixed and he would pay for it.
Okay, and before that he helped with Mazda repairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You started getting paychecks in September after the murder, which continued through May of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you receive the paychecks?
Charlie would give it to me.
All right. And you admit that you weren't doing anything to earn that money?
No, ma'am. I was
other
not.
than contributing to this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the paychecks, would they come one at a time or multiples at a time?
It would be multiple.
Okay. Do you know why the paychecks stopped when they stopped?
At that time, Sigfredo got arrested.
So they got spooked.
Yes.
Who signed the paychecks?
I'm sorry, one moment. You may. You may continue.
Who signed your paychecks from the Adelson Institute?
Donna Adelson.
How many paychecks did you receive?
I can't recall.
Does 44 sound right?
Can't recall.
If we assume 44, how many of them were signed by Donna Adelson?
All of them.
How many were signed by Charlie Adelson?
None.
Did Mr. Adelson, when he handed you the checks, give you any instructions on how they were to be deposited?
Just don't deposit it all at one time, like space it out.
All right, and did you always follow his directions on the deposits?
Not always, no ma'am.
Okay, sometimes you would cash one before the pay period ended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and we've talked about the bump. Did you meet with Charlie Adelson after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Who called that meeting, him or you?
I believe he contacted me.
All right, and did you sit in the car with Mr. Adelson for a few minutes before going into the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you were in the car with him?
Well, I got inside the car. He came outside of my job and basically asked, probably where we're gonna eat. And he turned up the volume in his car and kind of just leaned towards me and was just telling me that, that his mom got approached.
Okay. And did you continue to hear more from him about his mom being approached once you entered the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the time you did not know that law enforcement was intercepting those conversations, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any concerns that he might be trying to set you up during that meeting?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you feel that did he do anything to make you think he had suspicions that you might be trying to set him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Just the way he was going through scenarios in his head. He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name, and he had a piece of paper that he looked at and then kind of talked to me about, but I didn't know what he was looking at.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
Okay, so did he say Luis Rivera or he said Tato?
He said Tato.
Okay, and so did that concern you that he knew that name?
Yes, it did. I just thought he was confusing it with Tuto, because Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia's nickname.
Okay, and what the setup was, from the law enforcement, was that this person was posing as an associate of Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Charlie tells you this information, are you thinking it could be an associate of Luis Rivera? Maybe Rivera did tell someone, and
Yes.
maybe this is somehow connected to Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you tell Charlie that?
Did I tell Charlie that?
Did you tell Charlie, well, actually, the guy that went with Garcia to kill Dan Markel is Luis Rivera, and he goes by Tato? Did you say anything like that?
No, ma'am. I just told him that Tato was incarcerated, but I never knew at that time that Tato was with Sigfredo, or that he.
Right, but you're not, I guess, are you giving Charlie Adelson all the information that you have about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to handle it on your side of the conspiracy yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's enlisting you to go do something. What is it you're supposed to do?
To contact the phone number.
Mm-hmm. Phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to his mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And figure out who it is and resolve it.
What's going on? He didn't know if it was somebody trying to extort him or try to blackmail him, or he didn't know if it was the FBI.
Okay, and he's saying one of two scenarios. One of two scenarios. Are those the two scenarios?
Yes, ma'am.
It's either the FBI or it is actually someone who's gotten some information about what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the transcript that was prepared of that restaurant recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that transcript fair and accurate? Does it accurately transcribe the conversation that was had in there?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew Luis Rivera well, right?
I knew him from Sigfredo, yes, ma'am.
But Sigfredo didn't tell you he took Rivera with him.
No, he did
to
not.
do the job.
No, ma'am.
And even though it was pretty obvious, you didn't tell Charlie that Garcia was doing the job.
No, yes, ma'am. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Sigfredo.
Okay. Charlie never explicitly told you this murder is going to benefit my mother, or this murder is to benefit my sister.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Sustained, please rephrase your questions, Kevin.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my mother?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my sister?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mom was at the house right before you arrived, the night of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mother washed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Money that was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak in code on that wire?
On the wiretaps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Property and tenant, that was code for looking into who was behind the bump, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Charlie tends to go on his little rants, and then I kind of just followed, what he was saying.
Yes, but you spoke in code.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood you were speaking in code because you might be tapped, right?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
might be listening.
Yes, ma'am.
But there would be no reason to speak in code if you hadn't done anything wrong. Will you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Innocent people don't talk in code, do they?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under
Yes, ma'am.
oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you, you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but
After that, before Charlie's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you've admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth. Yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax.
Well, he gave it to me. Yes, ma'am.
But you said you took one, right?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Charlie dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point he tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right? He wants someone to be harmed.
Yes, ma'am.
And he asks you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know who? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him. Let alone I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
Oh, I'm sorry. You hired someone other than Sigfredo to do it?
No, I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay. And how much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money and you could certainly use some money, so that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed and you didn't even know how much you were going to get paid?
No, I did not know.
Okay, so now we know Sigfredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's Charlie's asked you, you've asked Sigfredo. Unbeknownst to you, apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we know that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately, they follow and track down Danny Markel, and when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning, and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
and
much.
as of then, you
everyone can be seated. State, please call your next witness.
State Hall Sergeant Chris Corbett.
Sergeant, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
So this is going to be the longest witness ever, especially with Donna.
Yes.
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's C-O-R-B-I-T-T, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you worked with TPD?
29 years and 11 months.
You know, what?
How does that work? He doesn't look a day over 29. He's been working for TPD since he was 11 months old. That's crazy.
Unit are you in at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience in order to supervise the Technical Operations Unit?
Certainly. I have just under 2,000 hours of general technical training, which would cover sort of all realms of law enforcement technology, camera installations, audio, video monitoring, forensics, all kinds of, again, all the ways that we use technology to assist in criminal investigations. I have just over 1,000 hours of that is dedicated to communication record analysis or cell phone analysis. And that includes the obtaining, analysis, mapping, all the things that we do with communication records specifically to assist in criminal investigations.
Okay, and have you also taught in the field of digital forensics?
I do. I teach communication record analysis to law enforcement officers, other law enforcement agencies, prosecutors associations, other groups. Yes.
And how long have you been supervisor of that unit?
Since 2012.
How many hours of specialized training in historical communication records analysis do you have?
Just over 1,000.
And what is historical communication record analysis?
Communication or historical communication record analysis would be kind of a general term for the use of communication records. And when I talk about communication records, I mean primarily cell phone records, records that we get from the carriers. They may be forensic records or reports that we get when we're able to do a forensic analysis of a phone, when we have the actual device and can download data. But we take all that information and we analyze it really in whatever way the investigator or the investigation needs. Oftentimes that's location analysis. We're trying to put handsets, are they consistent or could they have been at the scene of a crime? Could they have been somewhere else? Where might other evidence be? So a lot of that work has to do with the locations of the handsets. Sometimes it's communications, who communicated with who, when, how often, those kind of things to help establish relationships. There's really a number of ways that we can use those records and the analysis of those records, again, to assist in the criminal investigations.
And have you ever testified in court in the field of historical communication records analysis where you...
I know. Isn't it great, Black Eagle? How chipper he is. That really is the word for him. He just loves his job. He loves telecommunications. He loves cell phone towers. He loves Cellbrite. The guy could not be happier in his work. You know, he probably whistles on his way into the office every morning.
You've given an expert opinion.
I have, yes.
About how many times?
123.
And those are all my questions as to his qualifications, Judge.
Defense wishes to order the witness.
There you are.
Is there a challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the field of historical communication record analysis?
There you are.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies today, he will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the area of historical communication record analysis. You may continue.
So, in your position at TPD...
That's correct.
And are those records called call detail records?
That's sort of a general term that we give to a broad range of records. Call detail records, we generally talk about specific call logs, and maybe voice or text. We have other types of reports, subscriber information, other types of location reports that are more specific, but generally, yes, we call that whole group of records call detail records.
Are those types of records ones that are kept in the normal course of business of phone companies?
They are, yes.
And are they kept by an automated system that would have knowledge of those or of those calls and text communications?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how to read and interpret the records?
I am, yes.
And in this case, did you review phone records?
Lady, I was born able to interpret these records, okay? I speak in binary.
For States Exhibit 91, call detail records of Luis Rivera. 92, call detail records of Sigfredo Garcia. 93, call detail records of Wendy Adelson. 94, call detail records of Donna Adelson. 95, Charlie Adelson's call detail records. 96, Harvey Adelson's call detail records. And 97, Catherine Magbanowa's call detail records. And finally, 98, Dan Markel's call detail records.
Yes.
Okay. And did all those call detail records come with a certification from each phone carrier certifying that those are authentic records of that carrier?
They did, yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you States 55, which is already in evidence. I got to turn you off and turn you back on here. Actually, I'll just show it to you so you can remain. Looking at States 55, this is our chart.
Yes.
Okay, here. You see some phone numbers below each person's face and name.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to review a chart like that before?
Yes.
Okay. Looking.
Just wanted to say about, about how correct I was that Sarah Dugan handles the data witnesses, the spreadsheet witnesses, the financial forensics, the cell phone tower information, the technical data witnesses are handled by Sarah Dugan. And the kind of, personality witnesses, the Jeff, Wendy, Lewis, Katie, they're handled by Georgia. And I know a lot of people, for some reason, I'm not sure why, and I don't want to take anything away from Sarah Dugan, okay? I think she's fantastic, she's phenomenal, she's a soul sister. But some people, many people, I think, were actually excited to see Sarah Dugan cross-examine Donna, should she take the stand. I guess she will. Not gonna happen. That's Georgia's meal. Okay? Georgia's gonna be fucking cross-examining Donna Adelson, guaranteed. You saw it here.
Looking at those numbers, are those the numbers for each person that court?
And I know that Sarah Dugan did Katie in her second trial, and she was a fucking bulletproof pit bull, would not let go, just clamped down and took her for every inch, But Katie's small fry. Donna's an operator. Donna's coming with some tricks, and that's going to be left to Georgia to sort out for sure.
Correspond with the call detail records that you reviewed for each person and you're going to be testifying about in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 91 through 98, certified business records.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 91 through 98 are admitted.
Thank you. In addition to all of those call detail records we just went through, did you also review traffic tickets that were received in the summer of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did, yes.
Did you also review car rental agreements, 2 from Comfort Rental in Miami and 1 from Save Gas Rental in Miami?
I did, yes.
Did you also review surveillance video from Premier Gym, as well as from Spirion, which is a GPS company that is the company that has the GPSs on the rental car?
Yes, to be clear, the Premier was video, the GPS was latitude, longitude coordinates.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And did you base your opinions in this case? Oh, and did you also receive, in addition to all those things, Cellbrites and returns from subpoenas from email addresses as well?
Yes, so there were forensic analysis conducted of several handsets and, yes, an iCloud or multiple iCloud accounts.
Okay, that gave you access to emails as well?
And separate actual email legal demand returns.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on all of those records that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, are many of those records voluminous? I'm talking hundreds, even thousands of pages.
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare, instead of having to go through each page for the jury during this presentation, did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what the phone company's records say in correlation with the other evidence in this case about the subjects, in this case, phone activity and locations?
Yes.
And will you be relying on that summary for your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
I want to quickly, also in the summary, are there excerpts from Cellbrites?
Yes.
What is a Cellbrite?
Well, a Cellbrite has come to mean many things. When we do forensic examinations of computers or phones, we use a variety of different forensic tools. One of the more common ones that we use is a product from Cellbrite, and often the most common report format. So once we do that forensic analysis, then it generates a report for us that allows us to visualize all of that information, location information, text message content, emails. And so that report is generally called a Cellbrite report.
Okay.
Hello, Shiny. I think he looked older last trial. He had a little bit of a beard, stubble beard last trial. It looks great here. Not a day over 29.
Judge, at this time, I would move State's Exhibit 73, which is the summary of all of these records that Sergeant Corbett has put together and he'll be testifying to today, a summary that will go into evidence with the jury, subject to the court's ruling.
Very well. Any objection?
I always tune out on Sergeant Corbett as much as I do love him. What I mainly love about him is his enthusiasm for his work. I don't know what he's going to show us. A Cellbrite download, whatever that is. Cell phone records, whatever that is. No, I mean, the main thing that he's got here is Cellbrite data that shows Donna Adelson going on to, it's the SunPass, right? He was involved with the information from the SunPass that showed Donna Adelson joining the, whatever highway it is, Alligator Alley thing, whatever, at a point where the only way to get onto that on-ramp would have been if she'd have gone past Charlie Adelson's house or something like that.
Subject to the court's ruling.
73 is admitted. You may continue.
Okay. Now, did you also create a PowerPoint of this summary to use on the projector here in court during your testimony?
Yes, actually, that's a representation of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And some of the items that are in the PowerPoint that are already in evidence, emails and that sort of thing, they won't be in the summary, but we will go over those in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask for permission for Sergeant Corbett to use his PowerPoint to show a demonstrative of the summary exhibit.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
You'll need to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so you told us what call detail records from phone companies are. Can you tell us, or can you show us an example of what they look like and show us what's contained in them?
I can. So this is an example of call detail records from AT&T. And again, when we talk about call detail records, we're talking about this chronological listing of events. And those events may be voice calls, text messages, data sessions. And that varies a little bit by carrier as to what exactly they retain and provide for us in the call detail records return. But the call detail records have a few basic sections. Obviously, there's a place that tells us the date and time of this event. And oftentimes, those may be in other time zones. So we have to do a conversion to our local time to make sure that we're talking about the accurate time for that event. But that's one basic section. The other
It's insecticide.
section tells us the phone numbers. So obviously we have the target number, or the number for which the records were obtained. And then we have the other numbers that that number is communicating with. So here we see, again, the phone numbers being communicated with. If it's voice calls, we see a duration, or how long that phone call lasted. And we can tell sort of if these are incoming or outgoing calls based on which phone number is doing the originating or terminating. So from this section of the records, we look at, again, calling patterns, calling frequencies, those things. There's a few other pieces of information there, but the other one that we frequently look at is here, which is the location information. And for these particular records, they provide us both a numerical identifier for the location of that cell site, and they also provide a latitude and longitude. And again, this is the location of the cell site or cell tower that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. This is not a location for the phone, but again, rather the tower that it's communicating with.
And can you quickly kind of explain more about how you determine a location from that information to be able to know what the location is of a cell phone at a certain time?
Sure. So very simply, we'll take the location of the cell site and we will plot that on a map. And in this presentation, we will see several locations for handsets, and they may be represented by a colored dot, as you see here, a blue dot. And so that dot represents a location of the cell site or the cell tower for that example event that we were looking at. And sometimes just knowing where the cell site is itself is sufficient. We know that a handset chooses to communicate with the cell site that it sees with the best available signal. And that's usually the one that it's closest to, although there are numbers of factors that affect what cell tower or cell site a handset might choose to communicate with. So sometimes just knowing where the cell tower is enough. But we also know that most of our cell sites are broken down into multiple sides or sectors. It means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And the cell carrier, the company, most often provides...
It's pretty amazing what we've done with cellular communication, isn't it? Fucking hell. All those waves going everywhere.
That's not only with the location of the cell site, but also the side or the sector that the handset was communicating with. So here we would generally expect that one sector covers about halfway to the next sector. You can see some dashed lines that are drawn here, and that would be the approximate transition areas around the cell site. So in theory, if you were to get in your car and drive circles around a cell site, you would transition from sector to sector as you went round and round. And from that, again, we would expect certain locations relative to certain sectors to be serviced by that part of the cell site, which we can kind of see here. When we display those or we see those, here, this particular cell site that was, or sector that was used for this event was at 215 degrees, and that's the cardinal direction, like 360 degrees. So this is at 215, a little past due south, a little to the west, and you can see that that is illustrated here by the large blue arrow. So when we're representing a cell site and sector that the handset was using, we will use a large colored arrow so we know that's the particular sector that was being communicated with. And when we do our analysis, again, we understand that that sector goes approximately halfway around to the other sectors. And so when we do our location analysis, we would include or exclude certain locations. And we would say that locations that are in close proximity and on the right side of the cell site and sector are possible locations for the handset, and then other locations might not be.
Can you say exactly or precisely where on this map a certain cell phone is?
No.
Okay, but you would be able to tell us what cell site that cell phone is communicating with if it has location data, and the sector of the cell site, the particular sector that it's communicating with.
Yes, so one of the basic things is we can only make a determination about where a handset was when we have a record or an event. And while different companies and different handsets and different technologies create different amounts of records, we can only, again, make a determination when we have a record. And then, yes, we will know the location of that cell site, the orientation of the sector in most cases. And historical location analysis is about inclusion and exclusion. And we look at a location and we say, yes, this address is included in the service area, based on our opinion, is included in the service area of this particular cell site and sector, or no, a handset at the location you gave me would not be serviced by this particular cell site and sector. So we include and exclude locations. We do not say exactly where a handset was.
And is your way of saying that, you say whether a certain location is consistent or inconsistent?
Yes.
Okay. And do you sometimes get records with no location data at certain times?
That is correct, yes.
You mentioned Cellbrights. How do you extract data, or how does a Cellbright that you've extracted from a cell phone, how does it look different in the actual Cellbright report versus what we're going to see in your presentation?
So this is, and I'm on slide 11 here, this is an example of a page from a Cellbright forensic analysis report. And so when we're able to select a variety of different information from within the Cellbright report and create smaller reports or sort of export different pieces of data, text messages, call logs. And we can see in the actual forensic report, there is a lot of information that is contained. They try to make it appear like a conversation we're kind of all familiar with the bubbles going back and forth. But there is a lot of information that's contained in there. They are very technical and very detailed reports. So when we represent those in the presentation, to make it easier to read the actual content, we may do something more like this. So we will provide a visual indicator of who is issuing that communication, who sent that text message, and then we will focus on the content of that. But again, it's taken from that forensic report, just put into this format so it's a little easier for us to follow.
Can you walk us through Dan Markel's location on the morning that he was murdered?
Yes. So we do know, and I'm on slide 14 now, We do know that the morning of the homicide, he was at home at his residence on Trescott Drive. He did drop his children off at Creative Preschool. He went to Premier Health and Fitness and then returned to his home on Trescott Drive.
And did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markell was at these same locations that he was at that morning?
We did believe that him being under surveillance was a definite possibility.
Okay. And was there a Prius that was identified based on surveillance images following him that morning?
There was, from the Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. How did TPD try to identify who was in the Prius from the phone records perspective?
So one of the first things that we did is what we call a tower dump. And that is just a request of the carriers to provide us all of the transactions that occurred through cell sites that may service a particular location for a very particular or specific time frame. So if we know that Mr. Markell was around his house at a certain time, then we can request all the phones that were around his house. And if we know he was at Creative Preschool at a certain time, then we could request all of the cell phones that may be in the area of Creative Preschool at the same time he was. Same for Premier Health and Fitness. And then we would hope that the only cell phones that would be in those exact locations at those exact times would either be Mr. Markell or whoever was following him. So that's kind of the purpose of the tower dump.
And which companies had cell sites in the areas of those locations?
We had AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon, our major carriers at that time.
All right, so were search warrants sent to all those carriers for all of the records for the numbers who were using cell sites servicing each of those locations?
Yes.
And did you receive a lot of records in return?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just a moment. I want to ask you specifically about States Exhibit 101, which is going to be the T-Mobile tower dump records, States Exhibit 102, the AT&T tower dump records, States Exhibit 103, the Verizon tower dump records, and States 104, the Sprint tower dump records. When you received those for all four carriers, do they contain a certification certifying that they are authentic records from each of those companies?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review those records and rely on those records in your determining your results or your opinions in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 101 through 104 into evidence.
States 101 through 104 is admitted.
Okay, so a lot of records to go through. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Did law enforcement eventually find any one number at all of those locations where Markell was located that morning?
We did not find one number common to all of those locations.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you find?
So, as I mentioned, we did not receive, or we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records and there's nothing for us to compare to. But what we did have from the tower dump were a number of reports with cell phone numbers of cell phones or handsets that were present at those specific locations and times for us to look at or compare. What we also had was a number of CDRs or communication records from various subjects in the investigation. We use analytical software to kind of help us out with this, to crunch large numbers. But we were able to actually compare all of the handsets that were here in Tallahassee around those specific locations and times with all of the records, the phones and the phones that they were communicating with for all of our subjects in the investigation. And what we did find is, and this is slide 19, we did find a common number, this 7.
They're putting the audio
was a
out.
phone number that was present here in Tallahassee.
They put the audio down for reading the phone number while they have it on screen.
Around the Premier Health and Fitness that was also in the call detail records for one of the subjects of the investigation.
And was that subject Harvey Adelson?
It was, yes.
And is this Harvey Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, and this is an example of his call detail records?
That is correct.
Okay, so Harvey Adelson is the husband of Donna Adelson, father of Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson?
Correct.
All right, can you give us more information about this call that you found?
So what we see, and this is just an excerpt, I'm on slide 20, from Mr. Adelson's, Harvey Adelson's call detail records for July 1st of 2014, and we see that 786 number we spoke about. And this is a good example of some of the things we see with call detail records. It looks like 3 calls or 3 entries here, but this is actually just one event. And in the records, we also see the kind of the routing or the way they call, like this one that was routed to voicemail, how it kind of traverses through the network. But these are 3 lines, or it looks like 3 events, but this is just one incoming phone call from that 786 number. And again, that was on July 1st of 2014 at 5:20 p.m.
I still didn't have the watermelon lunch, Caledonian Celt 59. I had a piece of bread.
Okay, so here we have this one call on July 1st, 2014. What was the duration of this one call?
The duration is listed as 37 seconds.
And 37 seconds as in, does that include the amount of time that it's taking a phone to ring?
In this case, it does not. They do provide us both a seizure time, which is how long the phone rings or how long it takes to connect, and then an overall duration.
Okay, so a 37-second call. Do we know whether this call was routed to voicemail?
This call indicates that it was routed to voicemail.
Okay, so the 37 seconds, would that include an amount of time for a voicemail to play and an amount of time for a message to be left, if a message was left?
It could, yes.
Was there any other communication in all of the phone records that you have between the 786 number you found and Harvey Adelson's phone?
No.
Who did the 786 number belong to?
So the 786 number belonged to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. In Sigfredo Garcia, were you able to do a frequency report for his phone records?
Yes.
What is a frequency report?
So I'm here on slide 22, and this is an example of a frequency report. And a frequency report is just going back to that analytical software that we talked about. It can tell us, or it can rank the most frequently contacted numbers for any particular target number. So it is able to rank for us in kind of from most to least frequently contacted all of the unique numbers that Mr. Garcia's phone communicated with. Now, in a frequency report like this, it would include incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages. Unless we go in and limit the things that we're asking for, it would include all sorts of events, even some of those routing events that we saw on Mr. Adelson's records. So we don't really look at this as an exact number. We don't say, and we see here that in Mr. Garcia's frequency report, his most frequently contacted number is a number that ends in 13. We see that it assigned a frequency of over 1,600 calls. That may not mean that they actually spoke 1,600 times, but within the records, there are over 1,600 lines or events associated with that particular phone number.
Okay, and looking at this date range, you said the number ending in 1312 was his most frequent contact. Who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Miss Catherine Magbanowa.
Oh, it is always a little bit hard to stay with Sergeant Corbett. I mean, I think if I were here to learn specifically about telecommunication data, and I was like, that was my job and task for the day, was to learn from this man, I think I could do it. I think he's a good, explains everything very clearly and thoroughly without being like over the top, dumbed down. He's got a good instinct for that. But I always lose him. I have no idea what's being said right now. It's like, at all. But we got to get through it.
On a frequency report for her.
Same. Again, looking at the most frequently appearing number in the records, we see that her second most frequent number, the 9223, obviously the 5986 was Mr. Garcia's number.
Okay. And who did the 954254 belong to?
Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson.
So this is the son of Donna Adelson.
Correct.
And was Donna Adelson one of Charlie Adelson's most frequent contacts?
Yes. Again, using the frequency report just to get an idea of relationships and maybe degrees of relationships, we do see that Miss Donna Adelson's number that ends in 0997 is, at that point, his fifth most frequent communicated number.
Okay. And this is for this particular date range on the frequency report?
That is correct.
Why do we see such small numbers there?
I'm sorry?
We see very small numbers. Does that mean he just talks to a lot of different numbers? Maybe more numbers than we saw Catherine Magbanowa might normally speak to on a daily basis?
Do you mean small numbers on the frequency column?
Frequency, yes, sorry.
So the frequency percentage column we see here is obviously the percentage of calls for that particular number versus all the numbers that this particular phone number communicates with. So if you only communicate with very few numbers, then your percentage for each of those numbers is going to be relatively large. Charlie Adelson communicated with a number of unique phone numbers, so the overall percentage is a little lower. Because again, he had a lot more unique numbers that he communicated with.
Did you do a frequency, or I'm sorry, so who does the 954 Adelson, did you do a frequency report for her?
Correct. And we see here, this is slide 28. We see that the 9223 of Mr. Charlie Adelson for this date range is her most frequently contacted number.
Did any other number appear in the tower dump records you received from the phone carriers who was a frequent contact of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. As I move on to slide 29, going back to Mr. Garcia's frequency report, and again comparing the numbers that the subjects of the investigation communicated with versus numbers that were physically present in Tallahassee, either around Premier or around Mr. Markel's residence or Creative Preschool, what we did find was this 305 number that was, again, present in Mr. Garcia's records. One of his more frequently contacted numbers was also physically here in Tallahassee.
And who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Mr. Luis Rivera.
Can we see your next slide of the organizational chart, please? Did anybody in this chart have phone contact with Garcia or Rivera, down at the bottom, during 2014, other than the one 37-second call between Garcia and Harvey Adelson on July 1st, and obviously Catherine Magbanowa?
No.
All right, I want to go back to that July 1st 37-second call that was routed to voicemail. Was it your understanding that that call came after an incident where Garcia angrily confronted Magbanua and Charlie Adelson on July 1st of 2014.
Yes.
Okay, and then Garcia.
Don't you think it's weird that the jury that are sitting there, 12 plus 3, is it, alternates? That there's this, barrier, communication barrier. The lawyers can't speak to them. They can't look over at the jury and say, "Hey, guys, are you following this? Is anyone a little lost? Do you want us to go over something again? Is there anything that you didn't understand that we could explain further?" It just seems, obviously that might take a longer time, but we're already 11 years from the fucking murder. It's not going to be another 11 years. It might add a week to the trial total if they could just look over at the jury and say, "Hey guys, everyone getting this?" And if you give the same courtesy to the defense, wouldn't that be fair? I just find it a bit bizarre that a super technical witness that has such a honey-toned voice that it makes me want to sleep in a nice way, that they're not allowed any kind of just to check on the jury or to say, you with us? You get it? Does anyone have a question? What about in the gallery? Let's open it up to the gallery. Does anybody in the gallery have a question? And then we at home could tweet and ask questions.
Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
Correct.
Were there text messages in Charlie Adelson's iCloud that referenced that event?
There were.
Okay, and do you have those for us here?
I do. So this is slide 35 now, cumulatively, and we see the communication between Mr. Charlie Adelson and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, so if this is July 2nd, beginning at, is that 9:12 a.m.?
Yes.
So this would be the morning after that voicemail is left on Harvey Adelson's phone.
That's correct.
I always read this the other way around. This really sucks. I just don't like the fact that someone else thinks they can make the decisions in my life and to apologize for shit when it's too fucking late. Shit spelt with a Y. Can anyone tell me why people do stuff like that? Spell shit with a Y? That's not an abbreviation. I don't get it. Why would anyone do that? I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy. All that leaving messages is fucking retarded and so childish, but whatever. I always thought that was Charlie's text. I think he might have fucked up his slide here. But what do I know?
Correct.
By Garcia.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through these messages?
Certainly. So Charlie Adelson states that this really sucks, and Ms. Magbanua responds.
How does that read to you? I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy. All that leaving messages is fucking retarded and so childish, but whatever. I guess it is Katie, because if you look at the spelling of fucking, it's capital F U-K-I-N, which is the same as in the previous text, second to the last word. So it must be Katie, but doesn't that sound like Charlie responding? I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy. All that leaving messages is fucking retarded and so childish, but whatever. I must be wrong.
Correct.
That's the first time I've ever been wrong in this case. First time.
Can you walk us through these messages?
Certainly. So Charlie Adelson states that this really sucks, and Ms. Magbanua responds in a couple of messages that she doesn't like the fact that someone thinks they can make decisions in her life, and then apologize, and that the leaving messages was retarded and childish.
Okay. And does she say to Charlie Adelson on July 2nd, I'm sorry, but he's a effing pussy. All that leaving messages is, as you said, and so childish.
Yes.
Okay. But whatever.
But whatever.
Okay.
I'm surprised she doesn't just put whatevs, like WHATEVZ. I hate that shit. I didn't like that when texting. When did we text? When did I text? The late 90s? When phones just had a number pad. Wow, that went far, didn't it?
All right. Can we go back to our chart? I want to ask you a little bit about the communication and emails between these parties. Did law enforcement look at the communication and emails between these parties to see if anyone seemed to have a motive to kill Dan Markel?
They did, yes.
Okay. I want to go through just a couple of these. I think we may have 5 or 6 in here, and I want to start chronologically, if we could, from the beginning of 2013 moving up to the murder, as far as the written communication moving up to the murder, and then I'll ask you more about the locations of the parties for the trips to Tallahassee after that.
Okay.
Okay, so
Locations of the
if I could
parties.
first turn your attention to March 6th of 2013. Is this an email from Donna Adelson and then the email associated with her is donnaharvey@gmail.com?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're looking at some of these emails, does sometimes the name that it appears that the email is from, is sometimes that name different, even though it's from the same email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Yes.
How does that happen?
It can happen in a few different ways. That display name is what we call it, is a kind of a separate piece of information that is attached to your email address. And in this case, the email is Gmail. It provides the email service. And you can go into your Gmail account and change your display name or change the name that you want to come up when you send email to someone else. Also, if you're using different email clients and you're checking your Gmail, maybe through your iPhone native mail application, you can also set a different name in there. So either changing it within Gmail or changing it within the email client that you're using, especially if you're using multiple different devices, it's possible to have different display names for that same email address.
Throughout the emails that we see in the records from donnaharvey@gmail.com, is the display name sometimes Donna Adelson, as we see here?
It is, yes.
Is it sometimes Donna Sue?
Yes.
Is it sometimes Donna and Harvey?
Yes.
And is it sometimes Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, and is also a way of determining who sent the email, who signed off on the email at the end?
Yes, certainly the signature or content of the email itself.
Okay. Looking at this specific email, in this email, does Donna Adelson call Dan Markel a name?
She does, yes.
And what does she call him?
So I'll display that. What you see here on the screen is the actual email in the form that it was out of the return. And then when we emphasize certain areas, I have enlarged those. I made the font bigger. I did not change things like boldness or italics or punctuation, just made it larger and changed.
Amy, just block all those people that are calling you. Just block them. Block them for the rest of the trial.
The color to red to emphasize the sections that we're speaking of. So to your question, she says this guy is a major fucker. I hope that your attorney is the shark that is her reputation.
And then in this email, looking down 2 paragraphs below, does it say Gary told Dad yesterday?
It does, yes.
So in this communication, Dad is referred to in the third person.
Correct.
Okay. And just as you were saying before, can that give context about who sent the email so that it seems like Mom is sending the email as opposed to Dad from that shared email account?
Correct.
All right, and is this email signed off on?
It is not.
Okay. Looking 2 months ahead to May 21st of 2013, is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, and in this email, does she say, wow, exclamation point?
Yes.
And says, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S word? And then types out a scream.
Yes.
All right, and is this email signed off on?
It is, with I love you, Mom.
Were there also emails that showed Donna Adelson's strong interest in Wendy and her sons being able to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
Looking at another May 2013 email next, is this an email from Donna Adelson up top to Wendy?
Yes.
And in this email, what did Donna Adelson tell Wendy Adelson is the
I think everybody should block their mother, but that's just me.
most important part of her divorce?
So this is slide 42 that we're on now, and we see that the most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that that is your non-negotiable.
In the next slide, does Donna Adelson give Wendy Adelson some ideas of what she should tell the judge about how this is negatively affecting the lives of Donna, Harvey, and Charlie?
Yes, she does.
Both the disappearance of your mother from the position of office manager and the disappearance of your father from the practice for a significant amount of time has caused a decrease in their practice income and the loss of some patients who feel that it's either not being run the same way as when my mother was there full time, or that my father is unable to see patients with problems and has referred them to other offices during his absences. I mean, I take that as they left it in Charlie's hands, believing that he could handle it, and he couldn't. He couldn't handle the day-to-day running, the fucking billing, the fucking supplies, whatever's involved with the dental office. And, you know, if a patient came to him and he was going to continue some work that Harvey had started, that they would notice a dramatic change in quality of service, right? Harvey is a fucking nothing. Charlie is a nothing dentist. Probably doesn't even know how to work the X-ray machine. It's one button, Charles.
And this is the mother and father's practice she's
Request to relocate with the children to South Florida, yes, was denied.
All right, and what does Donna Adelson say to Wendy Adelson in this email? So this one's from Donna Sue up top?
Correct.
Okay, and what does she say about their recent loss in court?
She encourages Wendy to never give up, and that it is time for action, time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers, which is a nickname for Mr. Markel, think that he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee.
And I think we've seen some of these, so let's go just quickly through the rest and go through the next one. In the next, does she appear to give Wendy Adelson a bit of a pep talk about what she should do next?
Yes.
Okay, does she say that the rest of their family's lives next will be determined by her performance in the next couple of weeks?
Yes.
And how he hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. She needs to put on the performance of her life. He hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet.
That's correct.
And she has a strong family behind her.
Yes.
Is next in this email where we see the plan of action outlined?
That's correct.
And if you could skip through, is this the plan of action about posing the kids in front of the Catholic Church and getting them baptized?
That's correct.
And assuring her that this is just an act, but don't tell anybody.
Yes.
And that she should take control of him psychologically?
Correct.
After this portion where she wants her to psychologically manipulate Dan Markel into converting the children to another religion, what does she say she plans to do next?
There is a plan of a financial offer to Mr. Markel.
you know, we all it's accepted, it's my belief that Wendy is the most culpable, the most bitch of all the bitches in this. The most bitch is Wendy. But you know, Donna raised her. And she raised her with this you know, what is the word? I don't know what the word is. Get to him psychologically. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support you and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. Lie. He doesn't give a fuck. Boats, jet ski, chicks, Asians. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. I mean, Donna raised the thing that got her in the end, right? And that thing was Wendy. You know, and her fuck up with Charlie as well. It's not about being a good person and all that, you know? It's not about being, you know, it's common. It's common that people will go through their lives and if they see an opportunity, they might grab it. Even if it's a little bit fucking deceptive or underhanded, you know, that is human nature. There's no getting away from that. And it's justified. People justify it, whether that's warranted or not. But the thing that prevents you from getting caught is some knowledge of what it's like to be consequenced for your actions. And if you are never consequenced for your actions, you're a sitting duck. Charlie had overinflated ego, self-confidence, self-belief. I'm the puppet master, I'm the maestro, I pull the strings, blah, blah. It was all bullshit. It was all based on his entire life of, you're not the problem, Charlie, they're the problem. You got in trouble at that school, we're gonna, you know, whatever it is. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. They didn't understand you, Charlie. That's the problem. That's the problem. You know, you need to give children consequences. And that's not about being a good person or a virtuous person. It's just about whatever you're going to do, whether you're going to be a fucking swindler or an honest John, you know, you need to fucking realize that there's things in the world that can get you. And the one big thing that you don't want to be got by is the fucking government. You know, the law that's going to put you in a fucking cell for the rest of your life, which will probably be close to 30 years. 30 years, you know. And you only went away when you were what, 46? It's got at least 30 years. Probably. Unless someone knifes him. I mean, that's another great thing, right? Wherewithal. Wherewithal. Donna missed the trick with that completely. Not only did she raise a fuck-up son who didn't know how to conduct himself in a criminal enterprise that would protect his whatever, but she also raised a daughter to be so unscrupulous, is that a word? No scruples. No scruples at all. And the daughter got it. And she might be starting to realize that.
Does she say, I am planning or we are planning?
It states we plan to make.
Does she go on to describe who this we is in the team?
She does, yes.
Okay, can we see that? And does she then detail how she, Harvey, and Charlie's lives have been affected by Wendy not being able to relocate?
Correct.
She says, it's time for you to show us you can put the performance of your life on for the next few weeks. What was a few weeks later?
The final divorce hearing.
Was that on July 31st and August 1st?
Yes.
Now, a day or two after this, does Donna Adelson then write another email about the relocation?
Yes.
In this email, if you can, okay, so this one's from Donna and Harvey, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can skip through to where she's discussing the extreme links. Okay, if we could see the next one. In this email, does she describe situations where people have to go to extreme lengths to accomplish their goals, like American soldiers in Nazi uniforms?
Yes.
And does she next suggest that a major act of defiance would be putting the boys in SS uniforms?
Yes.
Or Hitler Youth, I'm sorry, Hitler Youth uniforms.
Let's just go over this, because personally, I mean, it is shocking language, obviously, especially for Jewish people. And, how to target someone who is living within the Jewish, structure and faith and whatever. The line is, if you dressed... Well, let's read the whole thing. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during WW2 wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. Well, I don't know how many of you are students of history or, but I don't know if it was to get what they wanted. I think it was more, well, whatever you want to call it. It wasn't like, hey, I want something, so I'm going to do what it takes. It was like, okay, there's a war on, and in order for us to win the war, we're going to have to trick the enemy. So we better dress up in these Nazi uniforms. I mean, it wasn't like they enjoyed posing as Nazis. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a very different, get what they wanted. I want something. So Nazi uniform. Where were we? Dropped behind enemy lines during WW2 wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to accomplish it. Well, that should have been underlined. You have a job to get done and a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance and would show Jibbers that he's not in control. As far as argument goes on this matter, if I were to argue Donna's case here, I would say that there is no implicit suggestion. It doesn't say, hey, Wendy, I've got a good idea. This is what I think you should do. I think you should dress up the kids in Hitler Youth uniforms. Right? That would be one thing. What we have here is different, right? If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I couldn't care less if it was an act of defiance and would show Jibbers that he's not in control. you know, it's an example. It's using it from the extreme. It's like, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. It's like saying Donna Adelson actually wanted to eat an entire horse. You know what I mean? It's a simile or metaphor, or whichever one that is.
A major act of defiance would be putting the boys in SS uniforms.
Yes.
Or Hitler Youth, I'm sorry, Hitler Youth uniforms.
But, you know, it's shocking, impactful language. So I see why it's useful in the prosecution. But, you know, things like that are too heavily weighted or overweighted or outweighed. No, overweighted. Too many of them, and it looks like overselling. I'm not saying that's the case here, but I'm kind of surprised that they overstate the quote, if you like. That's the best way to say it.
Next in this email, does she tell Wendy Adelson to stand up? It's all part of an act, and we are willing to help you.
She does, yes.
And this is where she says that it'll put a scare into this jackass?
Yes.
Next, does Donna Adelson say in all capitals that Wendy needs to see the big picture?
She does, yes.
Okay. So you didn't add those were just in there?
That's correct.
And that
You need to see the big picture. I mean, God, isn't she just relentless? If my mother was sending me shit like this, I'd talk to her even less than I do now. You need to look into the future. What a life without your only family. Yeah, I live in Portugal. See you later. Teaching in Tallahassee with Danny always in the picture will give you. It's not a pretty picture.
her life in Tallahassee is not a pretty picture?
Correct.
And then finally in this email, does she give details of the financial offer again, the $1 million email?
Yes.
I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. We're planning on you, Charlie, and Dad and I going as high as equal parts in a $1 million offer. That's $330K from each of us. Obviously, the more chits on our side, the better. Our chances are that we won't have to go that high. You have to show us, you have to show us that you're doing your part in this too. Oh, she's doing her part, Donna, don't worry. You're right where she wants you. We're a team. Don't speak too soon. Wendy's acting alone. We can't do this without your help.
And does she say that, again, that we are planning, me, her, Charlie, and Harvey, and they want her to help too, Wendy Adelson?
That's correct.
And you know, anyone who thinks that Wendy wasn't setting up her mother, explain to me why she never responded to these emails. You know, as these emails were coming in, Wendy was gleefully reading them on the screen and thinking, yes, yeah, keep talking, Mom. Keep talking, Mom, because when I fucking point the finger at you and later hand over my laptop with all these emails on them to generalize them, guess what that's going to show? I'm not going to participate in this thread of communication. I just really wish everyone would agree with me, because I've got this. I know exactly what fucking happened. The things that I don't know, no one knows. And people that claim that they do are talking shit.
Correct.
And finally, does she say that they are a team and they cannot do this without her help?
She does.
All right, and then how is this email signed off?
Written with hope and love, Mom and Dad.
All right. Okay, this is the final email I'm going to show you today, or at all in your presentation. October 12th of 2013. So we've fast forwarded a couple of months now. Looking at this email, what can you tell us about the email chain here as far as who sent the first email, who sent the second email, and who sent the final email?
So what we see here, again, emphasizing kind of on the content about what's being sent, but if we look at the email chain, we can see originally this is an email from Mr. Markell to Wendy Adelson, where Wendy Adelson has forwarded it to the Donna Harvey Gmail account, and then the Donna Sue has forwarded it to Charlie Adelson.
So in Dan Markell's email sent October 10th, the subject is general principles.
That's correct.
And in that email, does he reference that he wants a right of first refusal, an RFR?
That's correct.
What does that mean in this situation, according to him?
In this situation, if what he wanted was that if Wendy was unavailable to take care of the children, that he be given the first right of refusal before Wendy solicited her parents or anyone else to watch the children.
Okay, and then Wendy forwarded that on to the Donna Harvey at Gmail?
That's correct.
And then did Donna Sue then forward that email on to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And what did Donna Sue say to Charlie Adelson about the contents of everything that she'd forwarded to him?
That Mr. Markell was absolutely crazy and impossible, emphasized.
Okay. So this effer is sending this to your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. She defines RFR, and she says impossible in all caps and exclamation points.
Yes.
All right, so the date of this email, is this October 12th of 2013?
Yes.
So she's sending this to Charlie Adelson, this information about how impossible Dan Markell's being, what he's doing to Charlie Adelson's sister, about 2 weeks before Halloween of 2013?
Yes, a little 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Judge, I've got a few text messages next, and then we're going to go into all of the location information. So I could go probably another 15 to 20 minutes and get through the text, or we could stop now, whatever the court prefers.
Just finish with the text.
Yes, sir. Was there also phone communication that showed Donna Adelson's venting to Charlie Adelson about Wendy Adelson's custody battle?
Yes.
Now, around the same date as this last email we saw, October of 2013, in this text message, does Donna Adelson say, "Horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain."
That's correct.
Who is she sending that to?
Can you imagine what Wendy was saying to Donna and her family, her father and her mother, for that text to be sent? Oh, she was amping it up, but real careful about not putting it on the record.
To Charlie Adelson.
And what does he say?
So this is slide 66. As we continue into slide 67 with the rest, she indicates, Donna Adelson indicates that she's on the way back to Wendy's house with only one of the children, and Charlie responds, "I bet, let's talk this week."
Okay, so she doesn't go into any more detail here, but she's describing how stressed Wendy is, and that's causing Dad a lot of stress, and it's just awful for her too.
That's correct.
And this would have been at that same time, or around the same time as the last email, about 2 weeks before Halloween?
Correct.
All right, so let's go to October 30th of 2013, so the day before Halloween of 2013. Here is does Donna Adelson say that she just got a text from Wendy casually mentioning that she's moving ahead with the purchase of a house that she liked. I guess.
Yeah, the fake purchase of the house, okay? Anyone who doesn't know the Metrix, what Metrix has found out, you know, it's not a theory, it's the truth. And fuck all that "in my opinion" bullshit. We've been studying this fucking case for almost 10 years. She fake bought the house. It was a move. That was her way to say, hurry up with the fucking murder before I get locked in. There's outside pressure, Donna. It's the perfect way that Wendy asks for things. She doesn't call him up and say, hey, when's the murder happening? I thought we were going to murder my ex. Can we hurry up and murder my ex? No. She gets frustrated. She goes, oh, I've given up. Oh, I didn't listen to my necklace that said never, never, never give up. Oh, I'm going to make a life. Danny's won. Danny's won. I'm going to make her the best life I can in Tallahassee. I'm buying the house. I'm buying the house. That's her way to say, hurry up with a fucking murder or else.
She wants to do it before a certain date when she goes to England. And what does Charlie Adelson say?
That she had never told me. She never told me, meaning Wendy had not told her.
How does the...
When I go to England, it's the United Kingdom, for fuck's sake.
the conversation go after that? Is Charlie for this or against this?
Against it. He's asking Donna Adelson why Wendy would do it, and ask, of course, if Mr. Markell has given permission, all of those things.
Okay, and what's next? Is he afraid that Dan Markell will hold this against Wendy Adelson? Like, basically, like, well, now you've purchased a home here.
He would, yes.
And use it as leverage.
Correct.
Leverage for what? Her assets? I guess she would have bought the home for cash, right? She had all that money from the Schwab accounts. Leverage for what? I mean, why wouldn't Professor Markell, be supportive of Wendy buying a home in Tallahassee? Why would he use that as leverage against her? Does anyone in chat have an answer for that? I don't know. I mean, the only thing I can think of is proof that she's not, desperate for money and struggling and so on. Hey, Your Honor, she bought a fucking house. Yeah, it was $350,000. She paid cash, so... as far as child support, I think she's okay.
What's next? And he says he'll try her again, but basically Wendy never gets back to him, basically.
I can try again, but I only talk to her about 1 time a week and leave about 7 messages. Well, I thought they were really close. No, doesn't seem so. And this is 2013. October 30th. So the day before he asked Catherine McBanower, do you know anyone who can rough someone up?
Basically.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
So we see, again, this is October 30th. We're on slide 72 now.
God, I hate that picture of Wendy Adelson. I mean, God, who in their right minds thinks that woman is attractive? All those crazy people saying, oh, she's a total psycho, but man, she's smoking hot. Really? You gonna look at that and tell me you want that? She's disgusting.
That Charlie Adelson sends a message to Wendy stating that he would call her in 10 minutes.
Okay, what's next?
He again later responds that he must talk to her to please call him, and she responds that she's in court. She can call after 4.
Going through the text, does it seem like eventually they talk?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so they're still setting up a time to talk. Everything's okay. What's next? Does he then report back to Donna Adelson?
Yes. So we're on slide 75 here, October 31st. Charlie is speaking to Donna, texting with Donna, stating that he had spoke to Wendy and it thinks that he had made some headway and hopes they're having a good time on vacation in Israel.
Okay, so the phone call between Wendy and Charlie would have happened before this message to Mom or to Donna Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay, and how does she respond?
Yeah, Donna, how did you like all of the cheeseburgers in Israel? How did you like the paella? Paella. Did you love it? Did you love the shellfish and all the pork?
Oh, I'm sorry. So then does Charlie check back in with Wendy?
He does, yes.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation.
He asks how she's feeling and gives her some general advice and tells her that he loves her.
And does that advice involve renting things as opposed to buying them?
That's.
How are you feeling today? There is a funny saying, if it flies, F-L-Y-S, if it flies, floats, or fucks, rent it. Where'd you pick that one up, Charlie? Colombia? With your 14-year-old prostitutes?
That's correct.
Okay, and says, I love you.
He does.
What's next?
Yeah, I love you, but I also love underage Colombian pussy. So, you know, rockin' a hot place.
Does Donna then check back in with Charlie?
Yes.
Hi, honey, how are you today? Just got back from dinner and ready to go to bed. It's 11:15 p.m. now in Jerusalem. Saw a cute video today of the boys in their Halloween. It's Halloween. The eve of Hallow, you fucking douchebag. Halloween costumed that Danny sent to us since he had them for the holiday. We put our good wishes for you in the Western Wall today. It's Wailing Wall. I mean, or is there a Western Wall? Love you and look forward to speaking to you soon. Hugs, Mom and Dad.
So this is slide 78, again, still October 31st. And Donna Adelson is communicating with Charlie Adelson.
And what does Charlie say next? Spoke to Wendy for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house. Smiley face with a lot of smiles.
Yes.
And that's at Halloween on 5:19 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, and how does Donna Adelson respond to this news?
She says, wow, Charlie, thank you again. How did you accomplish that? You are a miracle worker. Tell us.
Okay. So she's saying, thank you.
And how did he accomplish that? He said, listen, don't worry about the fucking house in Tallahassee because you're coming down to Miami because we're taking care of Markel. That's what happened. Wendy maneuvered and sped up the assassination process by pretending that she was going to get locked into a house purchase in Tallahassee. Donna panicked, pressured Charlie. Charlie, this is Halloween 2013. This is when the conversation with McBanawa took place. Donna pressured Charlie. Charlie went to Catherine, got confirmation that he had something set in motion, went to Wendy to let her know. That's how Wendy asks for things. That's why she's clever. I mean, seriously, does anyone disagree with me? Because we were the first people. Metrix was the first people to say that. Anywhere. No one has said that. Deep Dish. Those other guys. You know, all the pros. No one said that. Why? Why? Why is it left to some fucking Brit in Portugal to spot this? Pick it up, America. The world is watching.
Again. And she calls him a miracle worker.
Yes.
And then does Charlie lay out the reasons or how he was able to get Wendy to do this?
He does.
Which was kind of the same things he was pointing out to his mom earlier.
For starters, Danny Okay. For starters, Danny would have lost use any deposit. Wendy loot? I don't even get that. Is it lost? It doesn't even make sense as lost. For starters, Danny would have lost use any deposit Wendy put on a house as leverage. Used, I guess. I don't know why he's put loot. For starters, Danny would have used any deposit Wendy put on a house as leverage. First thing she needs to do is get permission from him and the courts before she even thinks about anything. And I had about 5 other really good reasons why it would have been the dumbest mistake of her life. Second dumbest life. And he's fucking illiterate. How does someone send a text that bad? Is he on crack? Is he smoking crack in his hot tub? For starters, Danny would have loot use any deposit Wendy put on our house as leverage. First thing she needs to do is get permission from him and the courts before she get permission from him in the courts before she even thinks about anything. And I had about 5 other really good reasons why would have been the dumbest mistake of her life, second dumbest life. Yeah. What was the dumbest mistake of your life, Charlie? How about we explore that for a while?
That's correct. And says Dan would hold it against her, and it would be the second dumbest mistake of her life.
Correct.
Without specifically saying what the first is, I guess.
Correct.
What's next? He's telling her how long it took to talk to Wendy about it.
Yes, and we're on slide 82. Again, this is November.
It took about 15 minutes of talking to her. That's how good I am, Mom. I basically told her owning a house is like getting married. Renting is like dating. Why the fuck would you want to get married again? I'm not a big believer in marriage either. I mean, fucking traditionalist nonsense as far as I'm concerned. But, yeah, I mean, his analogies, they are different things, Charlie. One is purchasing a property, and one is being in a relationship. Those are different things. But everything is transactional to an Adelson, right? Even love affairs, right? They're just transactional. We've really got to go and have a good fucking hard look at one of the toughest, most brutal interrogations I think I've ever seen. And the case surrounding it is multi-dimensional. That's the case of Markeith Lloyd out of Carver Shores, suburb of Orlando, close to Richmond Heights. Richmond Heights is soft, but Carver Shores, that's where it's at. We've got to have a good look at Markeith Lloyd. I guess we're not going to do it anytime soon. Maybe in September. I mean, you could pencil that in right now. Sometime in September, Markeith Lloyd on Metrix.
November 1st of 2013, and he continues the conversation.
All right. What happened next? Or what's our next text message? Do we have one from February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Here does Donna say that Wendy is totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She'll probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Her attorney is abusing the system. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the system by filing all these motions.
I gotta read this myself, sorry. I know she's reading it out, but I gotta do it. Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the justice system by filing repetitive motions on issues that have been resolved previously. Have they? I mean, you know, she's the one that got with prejudice adjudication. And oh, by the way, the $500,000 account is the same $50K that he tried to get his hands on last time, but it was always in Wendy's name. The $500,000 account is the same $50K that he tried to get his hands on last time, but it was always in Wendy's name.
And a $500,000 bank account is the same $50K he tried to get his hands on, and Charlie responds, crazy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, nothing spells placating like just a one-word response. Crazy. No, that's crazy.
What's next after Donna is venting to him about this?
A one-word response is one step away from ignoring the text message completely, which is probably what he really wanted to do.
Does she say it's a total waste of the court's time?
Yes. I apologize, I went fast there. But yes, that it's a total waste of the court's time. It's a slide 85. We're on February 15th. That yesterday he sent Wendy a text that he saw her leaving the school in our car at 2:07 p.m. He is stalking her.
Okay, and how does Charlie respond to that? Oh, sorry. And then does Donna talk about wanting to get a protective order? But
Yes.
that's very hard.
You gotta think that after almost 2 years of being locked away, right? You know, bearing in mind that we at the True Crime Metrix studio have a bunch of emails, messages, and letters from Donna Adelson, the woman right there. And it's always been my feeling that she's not truthful in her letters to us. That she is using the correspondence a little bit like what Ryan Fitzpatrick said about Charlie. Ryan Fitzpatrick, in this trial that we saw today, his testimony said about Charlie, that Charlie will repeat and talk till everybody's blue in the face, almost to convince himself that what he's saying is true, right? And eventually wear you out so much that you're convinced as well. And I think that's what Donna was doing in her letters to the Metrix studio, was just, you know, making it her reality. If you repeat things, especially in a correspondence, if you repeat things, they feel more real to you. And whether she's doing that artfully, with intention, I don't know. She could just be so fucked up, she doesn't know which way is up, right? But, that's an interesting point. Because they do really harbor the same traits, this family. Very, very much Charlie and Donna, for sure. I don't remember what I was saying already.
Hard to do if there's no threats or abuse.
Correct.
But a judge should know that she's being stalked.
Correct.
And Charlie says, I agree.
Yes.
Okay. Do they continue talking about the divorce here?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? And they're continuing to complain about the system, the judge that's assigned to the case, and Charlie says that complaining about the amount that Wendy's attorney is costing.
Correct.
And Donna's agrees.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? He wonders if she's mad at her attorney. How does Donna respond? Donna says she's too stressed. Let's keep her conversations with her light. Let's not add to what she's dealing with. Let's just get through Monday. Nothing stressful.
Correct.
Is there another text message on February 17th?
Yes, this is slide 92.
And on this, is Donna saying that she just left the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay. And how does Donna respond to how to...
Oh, that's what I was thinking when I started my thought and then went on to something else like I tend to do, is that Donna is looking at the screen quite intently here, right? We see her. Let's just go back a second.
Stressful.
Correct.
Is there another text message on February 17th?
Yes, this is slide 92.
And on this, is Donna saying that she just left the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay.
She's looking at this quite intently, right? And it's hard to believe, even for someone as warped and fucking jaded and as Donna Adelson, that just looking over your own text messages from 12 years ago. You know, are you the same person now as you were 12 years ago? Maybe a little. But I bet if you looked over some of your texts from 12 years ago, you'd think, oh my God, what the fuck was I talking about? You know, Donna must have some of that. There seems to be some, I don't know if I want to call it a realization, but observation of like, oh my God, did I say all that? It does kind of seem out of line. Maybe I am a busybody.
And how does Donna respond to how did it go?
She says, okay, we'll talk later.
Okay. And she gives some more detail about what happened in court?
Yes, slide 95, still on February 17th, that the judge was really pissed at him for not paying Wendy, and continues.
Okay. And it looks like Wendy's still going to have to be deposed, but with strict limitations to questions.
Correct.
And she wants Danny to get psychological testing.
Correct.
All right, what's after that? They're talking about Danny getting a large bill.
Yes.
Okay, what's next?
So February 19th?
Is this more talk about the divorce proceedings?
Yes.
I won't make you read this whole email. I'm getting tired too. But basically in this email is Donna complaining about Dan Markell coming to the soccer game of the boys and wanting to play with them.
Yes.
And she calls him an F word here.
Yes. A couple of things.
And basically saying he's allowed to attend the children's activity when it's Wendy time, but that's it. He can't be spending more time with them than just attending.
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
This is now March 4th of 2014. We're on slide 98.
Okay, thank you. So on this day,
So what would any reasonable person think that would do to the perceptions of two very young boys? Their dad shows up to their sporting event but doesn't interact with them. I mean, it'd be better to have him not show up at all, wouldn't it? You know? It's these fucking people. You know, they're just so, they just really don't get it, do they?
March 4th of 2014. Was there a text message in the records where Donna Adelson asked Charlie Adelson to erase a text that she sent to him?
There is, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that exchange?
So again, this is March 4th. She is communicating with Charlie. She indicates 37 miles to gain. That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And what does she say here?
She says, I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
Yeah. burn after reading.
What does she send a few minutes later?
She says, we'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas.
What was the time difference between those two texts?
This text was at 10:42 a.m. and this is at 11:08 a.m.
Okay, so 20 minutes before, she's texting saying, we'll have a private conversation and erase this after you read it. Then she sends a text 20 minutes later saying, I can speak to you privately, and says what it's about, Dad's birthday gift.
Correct.
Does she tell him to delete that text where she said the subject of the private conversation?
There's no request to delete that text.
And how does Charlie respond?
He says great.
And then is there some communication after that where they're setting up this phone call?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying, don't call yet.
Correct.
I have some good ideas about Dad's birthday gift. Dad's birthday gift is the murder, obviously. But Donna is saying that she has some good ideas. So what might those be? This is March 4th, 2014. You know what I think it might be? I think it might be Jeff. I think Donna's ideas might be Jeff. March 2014. So Wendy and Jeff are already in their exclusive relationship. And this would have been about a week before the Yardbird dinner. Right? I believe the Yardbird dinner was on March 11th. That was also the night that Jeff was at Charlie Adelson's house. Let's just go back to Donna's text here. We'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas, kissy face. So at this point in time, what are the good ideas? It's Jeff, isn't it? She's just been in Tallahassee. I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing that this was probably the occasion where she had that meeting with Jeff and they had dinner and Donna excused herself from the table, so she would have seen Jeff. Maybe. I don't know that to be true. I'm just assuming it's true for the benefit of this conclusion. I have some good ideas. What else would those ideas be? Charlie's handling the hit, the money, organizing Katie and blah, blah, blah. That's all his business. What's Donna's ideas? At what point prior to March 4th, when this text was sent, at what point prior to this point would Charlie know anything about Jeff? I mean, it's possible he did, sure. I think she's talking about pushing law enforcement in Jeff's direction. You see, both trips that the killers took, Lewis and Sigfredo, Jeff was going out of town. So if Wendy had said to Donna in some way, listen, Jeff goes out of town to whatever he does, conferences, visit friends. I think that's definitely what it is. Does anyone else have a problem with that?
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying, don't call yet.
Oh, not the last one. What's the last one, late to the party? The one about Jeff? I mean, let's explore that together. Let's get some feedback from the chat. So, where's other people as well? I mean, does anybody... What do you think it's about, late to the party? I mean, let's go back to that text. We'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas. What else would the ideas be? It's not going to be about who to hire. Charlie's handling that. He's got friends on both sides of the tracks, blah, blah, blah. What could Donna be offering that isn't Jeff? I mean, I'd love to hear from you late to the party if you've got an alternate theory. Nicole. I think it's about Jeff. I mean, look at the date, March 4th. That's, you know, Wendy and Jeff have not long since been what he believed to be in an exclusive relationship. Yeah, okay, I'm filling in some blanks here. We can assume that while Jeff and Wendy were casually dating, there was no need to meet her parents. I mean, that, you know, just think of your own life. Do you introduce someone that you're just fucking when you're fucking other people? Do you introduce them to your parents? Well, maybe, sometimes. I don't know. I think she may have just seen Jeff, possibly for the first time, and gotten some kind of, you know, clue, nudge from Wendy. He goes out of town on certain dates, pretty regular. Maybe we could do it so that the killing happens when Jeff is going out of town and I'll make him jealous, which she surely did by leaving out the day planner on purpose in Gainesville. You really think that was an accident? I mean, who thinks that Wendy left the day planner on the table in the hotel in Gainesville out by accident? Come on. I want to know what goes on in your mind. Oh, okay. Late to the party says, I think Wendy would have never been attracted to this broke, low status professor or social work, also low in status compared to lawyers Jeff was being groomed. Yes, absolutely. By Wendy. And in March, introduced Patsy number 1 to Donna. And then, on Donna's trip back to Miami with Harvey on March 4th, texts to say, I have some good ideas. You know, which if we translate that means, I've met Wendy's new guy and he's going to be the perfect Patsy. So let me tell you about his fucking out of town schedule. I think we've got it. You know, I love how new stuff is coming up in this trial, because I've seen this text 1,000 times and I've never connected those dots. But today it's happened and you all saw it here, live on Metrix.
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying, don't call yet.
Correct.
Okay. She needs 5 more minutes until she can get to the bathroom for the
Yes.
private call. Okay, what's
This
next?
is 11:10 a.m.
All right, moving on to May 30th. In this text is,
And of course, she goes to Panera Bread. You know, and we all love Panera Bread. We all love Panera Bread. But I just think it's funny that, of course, she goes there.
Donna telling Charlie that she had a tough conversation with Wendy.
Yes.
All right.
It's at $8.82. What did you buy it at? Wendy's in Tallahassee Airport. Headed. Horrible morning. With Danny, she was traveling to Portland with Tova. Tough conversation with blah, blah, blah. Fuck it.
And this text message then is on the second to last day of May of 2014?
Correct.
All right.
Nicole says, also consider the timing. Wendy and Jeff were together at this point. Also, Harvey's birthday was not until July 5th. Very early to be discussing this. Well, it was being discussed. We know that as fact. I mean, Charlie started this conversation with Catherine McBanower on October 31st, 2013, which is almost 6 months before this time, March. March 11th was the Yardbird dinner. March 4th was the text from Donna to Charlie to say, I've had some ideas. And she'd just been in Tallahassee. The only thing that's making sense to me is that Donna was in Tallahassee, met Jeff, possibly for the first time because they'd recently become exclusive, and got some kind of clue, nudge, wink, or nod from Wendy to say, this guy's the perfect patsy, at least to send law enforcement looking for him because I can make him jealous because he's useless to me as a fucking boyfriend, you know. This fits. I can't find anything wrong with this. I'd love someone to come in with a good reason and say, Metrix, you are wrong. Who's it going to be?
And through Luis Rivera, was it learned that there was not only a July trip to Tallahassee, but also a trip in June, at the beginning of June, where these killers came to
Oh, you mean it's early to start discussing Dad's birthday gift? Yeah. Well, yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, from March to July, so that's April, May, June, 4 months. I get you, Nicole.
Tallahassee.
That's correct.
All right. Judge, this might be a good stopping point for now.
Very well.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we will resume with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett tomorrow morning when the trial resumes. Once again, I'm going to instruct you, as I have before, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any of the news coverage or seek out any information about this matter. We will resume with the trial tomorrow. Please report at 8:45, then we will attempt to get started by 9. Have a good evening.
Got a screenshot that Judge Everett doing his Tai Chi. I just love everything about this man. But I also really want to see him with a big mustache. Solid as a rock. Brick wall, baby. Brick wall. I think Donna's getting it, right? She's getting that this is a big old hill to climb to get out of this. You know, she looks subdued. Does anyone think she might choose not to testify? You know? It's hard to think whether it would be in her favor or not. I mean, I've always thought yes, you know, to go with that big sell, that, you know, if she can get up there and sell the thing that I'm too old to convict, I'm ill, I'm never going to do, even if I did it, I'm just going to be old for the next 5 years and then I'm going to die. What's the point in locking me away? You know, that's the reason that she would get on the stand, obviously. Oh, look, late to the party says, I loved the email parts when they said bad words. I snicker every time. He he he. She said asshole. He he he. I like that too.
Everyone can be seated. Go ahead. Is there anything that we need to address before the examinations continue tomorrow morning?
Judge, just have not had a chance to go through in full what my expert sent me with the changes.
Judge, I'm sorry, Judge. I have not had a chance, Judge, to go through, Judge. The expert didn't send me all of his findings, and I'm sorry, Judge. I mean, what is this guy doing on Donna Adelson's team? I am amazed that he made the cut. I totally get why Jackie's there. She's a fucking set of rusty nails, right? I mean, she is... I don't even think she's gotten going yet, you know? She's just warming up, but man, I can smell a fucking operator here. You know, I'm not saying she's going to get her off. I'm not saying anything. What I am saying is that Jackie Fulford is the best defense representative, defense counsel of any defendant that we've seen in this matter. By head and shoulders. And, you know, it's fascinating to watch her. And I totally understand why everybody hates watching her. But we all know the truth, you know, the jury are not us, right? The jury are not us.
I want to address it in the morning. I haven't had a chance to go through it yet.
We have this evening at this point.
Thank you.
Any other matters that we need to address?
No, sir.
We'll be in recess. Please report by 8:40 tomorrow, and we'll wait the jurors to resume.
Sorry, Your Honor, you said 8:40?
8:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night, sir.
I'd say it's probably going to be Charlie Adelson after Chris Corbett. Maybe Pat Sanford. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of testimony within Sergeant Corbett's testimony that is involving Charlie, right? And they like to group them like that, you know. Wendy says a lot about Jeff, then the next one is Jeff, or near enough, was it? I don't know, I don't remember. But yeah, no, I'd say that it's probably pretty likely that we'll be seeing Charlie Adelson tomorrow. Join us again on True Crime Metrix, and if anyone wants to support the channel on buymeacoffee.com, if you could do that within the next 52 minutes, that would be appreciated. In 52 minutes, the shop is closed for the week, so if you want to support the channel, do it in the next 52 minutes. Or 51, why wait? Well, that's it for the day, my lovely chiquitas. So, yeah, I mean, we'll be back tomorrow. Fucking hell. Another full day of pain and suffering. But that's okay. So, yeah, I mean, I wish we could all hang out for a while, Just let today rest and chat. Come and join us on Discord. We're all going to be on Discord, and Discord is so great. And join us. Links in our Desperate description for Desperate Discord, and support the channel. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com, PayPal, or Patreon. Merch. We want pictures of people wearing the merch, drinking from the merch, all the merch. I guess we've got to close it off. I mean, we can't just stare at this seal all day. But we're learning a lot. I haven't even seen what Katie had to say at all. Or Lewis. I still haven't watched Lewis. But we'll be back. About 8:30 tomorrow, we'll start the stream. If they're not on yet, we'll watch something else. We'll get ourselves warmed up. We'll be watching the trial. Come and join us here on Metrix, the best place in all of true crime to watch the trial, the Donna Adelson trial. Here it is. We're showing it to you. Many thanks to our friends and partners at Tallahassee Democrat. And many thanks to... I forget who was the sponsor of today's video. It was a fish restaurant in Tallahassee, and there's probably only one, so it's that one. I think it was Chuck's Fish or something. Chuck's Fish. Yeah, so everybody go to Chuck's Fish for dinner and let us know what you had. We'll be here in the comments. Okay? Adios. See you later. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Thank you for coming, and thank you for the chatters, the super chatters, the super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go-getters, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. Michelle, we hope your toe gets well soon, and that you retain the ability to walk. That would be our preference. Okay? Good night, everybody.